I think I'm live. I hope I'm heard. On Twitch, I see I'm live. And it looks like on YouTube I'm live as well. That's good, although something messed up with the OBS once again. Okay. Yes, that's the window I want to see. Okay. I think I'm ready. Hi guys. This is my first FAT stream. My name is Adorolzo. I am a video game developer. I work as a gameplay programmer. And I do streams. I try to do streams regularly every Thursday around like 5 p.m. Warsaw time, 5:15 p.m. Warsaw time, 2-hour streams dedicated to like some concepts and stuff. This time I'm doing a FAT stream, which means the idea is every month I will try to do one stream that is longer than 2 hours dedicated to either one topic, or if I will start some regular series, I would just do a longer run of the series. So today is my first FAT stream. We'll see how messy it will get. I wanted to touch on animation topic because it is one of my blind spots. Let me maybe quickly get back to Paint and finish the introduction. That would be cool. Ado, right? Right, it will be cool to finish the introduction. Okay. So as I said, I'm Adorolzo. I work as a gameplay programmer. I work mainly in Unreal Engine 5. I used to work in Techland on AAA projects. Then I moved to Flying Wild Hog. I worked on Evil West, and right now I'm in an indie company called Creepy Jar. These streams are meant to basically be about learning, about being real. No fakeness here, no prepared streams where everything goes along the plan. No, if something breaks or things are not getting along with the plan, I will try to fix them live, because I'm kind of tired of online streams and tutorials that are showing you the perfect way of doing something, and then you try to do it and it doesn't work that way. So I just want to be real as hell in here, and it's all about covering blind spots, which for me, this is considering many topics like art and tech art, right? Design, gameplay design, right? Certain code problems, like for example rendering. I want to do some future stream about that, where I will be live learning stuff and building something. And one of the topics that I will touch upon today is animation. More specifically, motion matching plugin. Every time I'm thinking about animations and how they are done in video games, I'm kinda a little bit lost. Because first of all, I one time turned on Blender, created like some funny character going along with some tutorial that I bought on, what's the site name? Udemy or something like this, right? And then I tried to animate it and realized this is hard as hell, right? And what is even more harder is managing animation within game. So I did the introduction of myself once again. And let me quickly tell you why I want to dig into this motion matching plugin, right? Right, 100%, 100%. That's what I heard. My friends told me that I'm either doing or I'm doing 100%, 100%, right? I will try to minimize those, but you know, we'll see how it will go. So yes, animation as a problem from the gameplay perspective or gameplay programming perspective, or just managing and wrapping your head around that. Why I feel I have problems with managing this, right? Because I have some humanoid character. First person, third person kinda doesn't matter at this moment, right? He holds some item, let's say for example a sword. This guy also holds a shield, right? Has maybe like a cape behind him or something, right? And I get from animators a whole library, right, of animations. When this guy runs forward, move backwards, strafes, uses slashes to attack, holds up the shield in front of him to block, etc, etc. Regular way of doing these things is, at least in Unreal Engine 5, when it comes to like moving around, you can do blend posing, right? Right, 100%. Blend posing, and you can use anim graph to drive how poses are being blended, which animations are being played, etc, etc. What is anim graph, really? It is a specialized blueprint that consists of a graph, like name suggests, and it contains logic how animations are flowing. There's lots of operations you can do inside of an anim graph, but basically it boils down to something like this. In anim graph, I am trying to get the state of my character, right? There's some gameplay state of the character. Let's say I want to see if he is running, right? If so, then I'm turning these animations on, right? And maybe blending out animations of idle, right? Let's say here was idle. If he is running, I'm going from idle to run animation. And so far seems simple, right? I have idle and run animation. But what happens is the character quickly, the animation graph quickly gets so bloated and big that for me, my personal taste, it's super hard to understand what the hell is going on inside, because suddenly your character can run, can jump, right? Right, 100%, run, jump, swing sword. Oh, it's a horrible thing to say when you're Polish and you're trying to say this word, swing sword. Run, jump, swing sword, block, cast spell. Probably he can crouch. He can fall off the ledges, right? Climb the ledges. Climb ledges, vault over things, right? Vault over ledges, etc, etc. And suddenly, when the state of a character changes from, like, for example, blocking to falling, inside this anim graph you have to create a logic that will dictate how, in what way, and with what variables we go from animations dedicated to blocking to turn on the animations dedicated to falling from a cliff, for example, right? Because we were blocking against some demon and we were constantly walking backwards, so we are already blending to animations, right? We are blending the blocking animation, we are blending the walking backwards animation, right? And we didn't see that the cliff is behind us. We are falling from the cliff. We need to blend in this animation to look correct. And it quickly becomes super hard to manage all of those states, and there are even more states like this. right? For example, you might have an arrow, so you need some aiming animation, possibly aiming down sights. Like I said, there might be some casting spells, there might be some emotes, right? Some of the abilities, as we do in Unreal Engine, are being animated via animation montage. Right? Not right, 100%. Animation montage. Which means while ability is happening, we are playing this animation montage, and this is the only thing that is being played. This also introduces the complexity, because the ability might be the one that doesn't take over the whole character. It might only involve animating one hand, right? So you also need to prepare your animation graph and the way you are dividing which animation data goes to which bone in the animation or slot of the animation, because you can divide things into slots in Unreal Engine 5, and which doesn't. So when the animation montage of, for example, casting spell is being played, it will only play on the upper body and mostly on the hand that is actually doing this spell, right? Because the right hand, for example, is doing the spell, but the left hand might already be doing some other ability. I don't know, holding some block via telekinesis or something, right? It can get messy real fast, and I don't really like working with animation graph, at least for super complicated stuff. There are ways to manage this complexity. For example, Lyra project kinda shows how you can manage this complexity by creating animation layers, etc, etc. But I am a gameplay programmer, which means I'm pretty fucking lazy. Which in turn means I want to have like this kind of solution that I can just... this black box, right? And I just want to throw in animation libraries there, right? I just want them there. And I just want to throw some gameplay state at it, right? And what I want to have out of it is correct animation. That's kind of what I want, right? I don't want to really think about, you know, too much about complexity, etc. I want this thing to figure itself out. And from what I understand, motion matching kinda is like this. Because it builds a library of animation from the animations that you provided, analyzes it, and depending on the input you are providing to this box, it will learn which frame of animation it should choose depending on the input that you are providing it, which is the state, right? It might be an input from gamepad, it might be or some other state, whatever. But basically, it learns how to interpret this input and how to match the input with the correct motion from your animation library. Hence the name motion matching. This is like the big oversimplification of how it works, but that's how I kind of like to think about that. Okay, I don't need to manage super complex graphs, and then I figured out a new ability that I want to add, and I kind of have to rebuild the whole graph, or manage complexity in such ways that it becomes super tiresome, right? This motion matching technique seems very interesting when it comes to like movement. I don't know if you can pair it up well with abilities, because I professionally haven't worked with motion matching before. But judging how, for example, Assassin's Creed and other games are using motion matching, it looks like a great way to manage this complexity when you have movement heavy game. So, with that out of the way, like the quick explanation of why animation authoring or just animation management within the game project is hard and why motion matching seems like a cool way to do it, let me jump into Unreal. Because in Unreal 5.4, they released as an experimental plugin or experimental project an example in which they have animation library of AAA quality of movements, right? 100%. and I need to open up the window because it's getting super hot in here. Okay, I'm back. So they released this animation library and couple of plugins with which you can create motion matching. And they, in this example, show you how you can use it. You can play around with it. It's supposed to work with both keyboards and mouse and gamepad. So I prepared, this is the only thing that I really prepared here, my gamepad. And I want to see how does it work just via playing it and trying to deep dive a little bit into how it is being constructed, right? I saw that some people are already putting out videos about how to import this thing into your project, which is really good. Because if you have some project right now that is about, you know, regular humanoid running around, vaulting over things, and you want to have some AAA quality animations and for them to work out of the box, it looks like you can just somehow import this whole thing and just use it, right? So let's jump into this and then jump into this and get back here. Okay. Of course, I have new editor window. I want to have selected viewport. And I do have, let me just quickly. Okay. I will try to play with gamepad, as I said. Let's see. It's working. That's great. Oh. Oh! That's cool. You have 3 styles of colors for this level that are dynamically changing. That's really cool. Which one do I prefer? Dark is nice. That is also nice. But I think I prefer the colorful because those boxes are easier on the eyes and way more easy to detect. Okay. Oh. Read me. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's read that bastard. Welcome to Game Animation Sample. The goal of this project is to showcase a comprehensive set of various gameplay animation features and assets for users to use, deconstruct and learn from. That's me! For now, the focus is mainly on animation features rather than gameplay systems. Fair enough. For any gameplay functionality you will find within this project, a traversal system will be simple, serving only as an example of how animation system can interact with gameplay systems. Okay, so it means, to translate it to our, you know, like a regular thing, it means don't build your systems that way. Because they didn't build it to be copied. This traversal system isn't built to be copied. It's built to show as an example how you can make interaction between animation system and gameplay system. But the gameplay system itself, do not copy it. Which of course means we all will copy it. This first release is centered around our new motion matching toolset, showing how to set up basic third-person character locomotion with best practices for using motion matching with a capsule-driven movement model. We also demonstrate how motion matching can be used to select montages and entry frames for gameplay actions. That's what I'm interested mostly about. How I can just put those animations into black box and how motion matching can leverage itself and the input that I'm giving it to select the correct entry frame and animation. Okay, let's read on. We also are heavily relying on choosers. Don't know what it is yet. A recently added feature which helps us control motion matching by filtering down which databases can be selected from based on gameplay context. Okay, so when I was saying that the black box chooses something based on the input, they created something called choosers that does exactly that. This selects the database of the animation depending on the gameplay context. Great. This project will continue to be updated and improved upon with each major engine release. Oh, okay, so when the 5.5 releases, I will jump again into this and see what changed. 5.6, etc, etc, etc. Great. Think of this as a living project that will grow over time with more animations, more features, and more ideas explored for a multitude of game types. Fucking awesome. This is just the beginning, so stay tuned, and we hope you have fun exploring the many things the project has to offer. Okay, so it looks like I will be back for this project and covering the changes and learning from it. That's great. Main features coming in 5.5. Printing, crouching, pose warping improvements, retargeting improvements, network replication compatibility. Aha, okay, so for now, this sample, from what I understand, is not fully network replicated. Okay. Okay. I was kind of wondering, how would you replicate motion matching, right? Do you just replicate inputs? The data that is being processed by choosers over the internet, so every client can create a decision on their own, or do you just replicate the decision? Depending on how choosers are being created, it would be cool to see in 5.5 how they did the network replication. Known issues. Oh, that's important. This project was made on a tight timeline, like every project, and uses a number of experimental tools and methods. We plan to solidify these things in the future releases. But until then, expect some things to be a little rough around the edges. That was my assumption. We are using an experimental technique to control character rotation, where we allow the capsule to rotate instantly and treat it as a target rotation, while we override and control rotation of the root bone using an offset root bone node. Okay. This allows us more control when doing complex rotational animations such as turning in place, turn starts, and turning pivots. The relationship between the actor and root rotation should be improved in the future with the new mover component. Aha! Previously, I've been streaming about mover component. So from what I understand here, they used some experimental technique that turns the capsule of a character instantly, and the animation is kind of blending to that while using offset root bone node. But in the future, they would improve it with just mover component. I love to hear this, because I already spent some time with mover component. I kinda see mover component as a future for Unreal movement coding. So seeing that they mention it here, great. Steering. A new node that steers root motion to a specified target. It's experimental and currently can cause unwanted rotation behaviors. Noted. Turning in place while aiming focus mode is work in progress, and the character will not always keep up with the fast camera rotations. Okay, so I won't mind these errors. Foot placement is not set up because of issues when also using offset root bone node. It will also be fixed. Okay. The walk set is missing pivot shapes. Hourglass, box, diamond, prisms will be added in 5.5. Okay, I don't know what that means. We'll see. Turn, refacing starts are missing from straight coverage. Okay. Orientation warping is disabled on transitions. Okay. Default trajectory generation when on slopes has a bug where the path is not being represented correctly, and which could cause selection issues. Okay, trajectory collision is experimental, and currently acceleration of the movement model is not replicated over the network. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Let's view the controls. Controls. Oh, cool. They actually... I like that. Because in the mover plugin, example, it flashes the... I will be sneezing. Will I be or won't I be? Sorry. So, controls. Mover plugin. In the mover plugin example, they showed controls on screen and only for a couple of seconds, and it was kind of annoying. Here that they are showing it as a regular Unreal interface, editor interface. It's an improvement because I can just move it here. I can just even paste it here and be like, oh, okay, these are the controls, and whenever I'm just forgetting how to do something, I can just quickly look at it. I like this better. And I wonder how they did it. Questions for later. Game animation widget. What is this? Okay. Let's parse this. Max FPS. Show FPS. Okay, it just there's on the console command. It just turns on the console command for FPS, and I can... Oh! That's cool. That's really cool. I can clamp FPSs, because... Why is it cool? Because when you're authoring animations and how it works, yeah, of course things will look good in your targeted animation, right? Which means 30 or 60 frames per second. But, if someone has a better PC, you want to see animations and you want to make sure that they don't look like Looney Tunes animations suddenly. Or, if someone has a not that great computer, you might want to, turn on 15 frames per second and see how animation and gameplay behaves that way, right? So it's great for authoring. That's great. Okay, timescale. I can only presume it means I can slow down the animations without affecting the FPS. Sound. Okay, of course, still cam. Great draw. Collision, bones, movement, trajectory. Okay, I will click through this later. And no, it's root offset, orientation warping. Okay, motion matching database LOD. Dense and sparse. Okay. Let me also put it in here. Character override. What? It means... Oh! Oh! That's cool. I can change characters on the fly. Oh, that's a cool guy. He jumped out from Cyberpunk, I guess. Okay. Oh. I like his clothes. This is some gray dude. Okay. Wait. What? I can steer 3 people at once? That's crazy. What's the difference between this and this? Okay. I kind of want to ride... run around as Echo. He seems to be like the mascot for Unreal Engine 5, since the first time they showed Unreal Engine 5. Let's just run around for a second. You see all those strafes, stops? Oh! There's a widget for gamepad which shows my current input. That's cool. That's great. Also, I'm curious how they did it, because it might be cool for like patching bugs and shit. Okay. You see all those movements? This jumping forward, backwards, rotating, me going backwards, then changing camera here. Shuffles of the feet. Without motion matching, everything would have to be created in animation graph with logic of like, hey, if this is your speed and this is your direction, then use this. And if the speed changed and the direction changed, now use this. Oh no, the feet are, you know, overstepping each other. Let's create a quick hack for this, etc., etc. Here it kinda does it automatically. Okay, what other controls do I have here? Ah, okay. Right thumbstick button, I can just look at my character. Oh, this is weird. No, I want it stick. And focus, left trigger. Ah, yeah, like a simple ADS. Aiming down sights. Okay. Sprint and crouch coming in 5.5. Oh. And right bumper, I can just walk. Oh, that's cool. That was a cool turn. And also, this example is fully... It covers the sound fully. Okay. I'm ready to go into obstacle course. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I just jumped over it, but when I am pressing against this wall, I'm pressing A, I'm just vaulting over it. And it... Oh, it has a couple of animations for that. It has this jump. It also featured this jump if I'm standing still. What about if I'm just walking? Oh, it's that. And depending on the speed, I guess, it changes different animation. And it has this... I noticed 3 animations here. This one, the monkey jump, and this faster one. Imagine doing this in animation graph. I would hate it. Oh my god, how much pain in the butt it would be. That was cool. Depending on the width of the obstacle, it also changes an animation. Woo! Jumping in a more Spider-Man-like fashion. Cannonballing over it. Or whatever the actual name of it is. That's really cool. And vaulting and running on the ledge. That's cool. And it blends amazingly. If you're making a game about, you know, a character vaulting over things, etc., or you just need this type of animation, it seems like importing this animation database is a must. That is cool. I cannot imagine how much pain in the butt would be just creating it into animation, an animation graph. Oh my god, I would hate to be the guy to implement this stuff. The obstacle course 2. Okay, the obstacle course 2, I will do with a different character. Let me do it with this cyberpunky guy. I want to see how he behaves. Let's approach it from here. And I want to see if there's a change in animation for Echo and this cyberpunk guy. Okay, that's how she did it. and how he will do it. It's nice, he changes sometimes which leg he will use to climb over. Sometimes he will use right leg, sometimes he will use left leg. Sometimes he will do this. So you get the variation and this AAA quality that you're not just launching the same animation over and over. That is really cool. I wonder how the runner guy, MetaHuman Kellan, how Kellan will do this. That's cool. It's cool how I can just switch characters and it just works. Whoa! That was a flashy way to end the obstacle course. Ooh. That is cool. Okay, let's go to the obstacle course 3. Number 3. Let's change the character once again. I wanna jump as 3 characters. This is so fucking silly, but I love it. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about the game in which you are, you know, like, wait, that is cool. I'm just going... They are switching places, look. The mannequin on the left, the white mannequin, is switching places with the right mannequin. That's cool. I was wondering how they implemented the turning, right? They are just switching places. Freaking great. Now we are slower. It doesn't look like there is any animation difference on them. But there are differences in the way those animations are affecting their bones. Like, the mannequin on the right gives a different vibe than the mannequin on the left, right? So there are some changes done, like, it seems like the poses and animation is the same, but there are some changes in the graph or however the system works that are altering the bones a little bit depending on the character, which is awesome because it means you can have one database of animation and then just change things according to what character are you playing as. Okay, let's go to the obstacle course 4. Whoa, 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 I almost fell down. This one? Ah, yeah, let's do this as those 3 guys. Ah! I messed up. And the landing also looks cool. Okay, randomize. Oh, okay. That is harder. I cannot climb. It seems like I cannot... Wait. Like I cannot climb the circular thingies. I overshot it. Of course. Someone is calling me right now. Let me quickly shut them down. Sorry for a second. You know the thing about moms? They always know where to call. When to call, sorry. So yeah, let's get back to this. I'm some lame ass. I cannot. Maybe it's just these three guys that are. Well, it looked kind of funny. Okay. I cannot complete the last course. Maybe let me randomize it. Holy shit. Her jump is super far. I feel... Yeah, it is super far. I have to start jumping a little bit earlier. Exactly. Yeah, right. And she won't climb over it because it's circular. Okay, but let me turn on some things from here. Like there is a... What is a still cam? Ah, okay. Is this? And if I click follow... Ah, it rocks the rotation, okay. And if I click rotate... It's cool because I can... If I want an auto animation from a specific angle, I can just do this, enable still cam, and nothing will happen. And steering character that way is really freaky. But it's cool if you want to alter like a specific angle. Okay, let's draw collision. Okay, I'm not sure if I need collision, but... Or do I? Yeah, I wanted to see how the capsule behaves. Let's show me bones. Show me some bones. Oh, it's cool. I see that her pouch, I think, is a bone. So let me change the character right now. What is this thing? Okay. He doesn't have a pouch, but he has animated face. What about this guy? Shitload of bones on face. Okay. Hurts my eye. Look at it. Okay. What about movement? Oh, I see the direction of a movement now. That's cool for debugging. Like you see where your acceleration goes and where your actual velocity goes. What is your movement right now? I jumped, my movement was falling. And what is my position? That's good. But the B is jumping doesn't look like it's working. Okay. Now, let's see what the trajectory goes. Oh! That's important for motion matching, because you kind of want to know what the trajectory of your character is to select the sample. And it just draws what the trajectory of your character is. And how it creates this trajectory. That's great. Motion matching query. Let's see what that's doing. Something is animating on legs, but I cannot interpret this data. I don't understand what's going on. And there is some white vector near hips that is also being changed. I guess that's something that creates a query that chooses motion matching. I will go deeper into this later. Traversal. What is this? Ah, it shows what will be the trajectory of the future traversing. Look. Like, let me change the time scale quickly. And I'm inputting the motion. It shows, it tries to predict the future trajectory, right? Depending on my input. So it shows like, oh yeah, we are mantling. These are my variables. But after mantling, I'm changing this and it does this. Then I jump. And it predicts the trajectory. That is cool. That is so great for debugging. And it shows you what has been chosen also. That's cool. That's really cool. And volley events, not sure what that is. Ah, it's for audio, where... Okay, from what I am guessing, volley events is which touch on ground produced sound? Or in general, which part of the motion produced volley sound? Like a step or a grab. Or maybe I'm wrong, because it didn't show anything when I landed. Hurdle, 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 and a different animation. Okay. And let's, because there's one more setting in this game animation tab that I want to test out, is motion matching database. Parse. What does that mean? Does that mean that we have less animations to choose from? I don't get it. What's the difference between sparse and dense? Okay, I don't get it yet, but I hope I will uncover this mystery. Woohoo! Okay. Let me see. Oh, hello there. Holy hell, this looks good. White vector? How does it look in first person? Oh, sorry, Barabash. I didn't saw your messages before. I had something else on my second monitor. I hope you're still there. Yeah, it looks good. A white vector. This thingy on her hips, if I may say. I don't know what it is yet. How does it look in first person? They didn't provide first person. From what I saw on... let me show you. They provided the readme here. Where's the readme? A readme, and they are saying that other... Where was that? They basically said that Other gameplay types will be added in the future, but I cannot find it right now. Yeah, more ideas explored for multitude of gameplay types, right? Game types, which means that probably first person will be, added later. But you can edit player's character and make the camera boom very short now, right? I can, but that's not how I would construct the first person, because that wouldn't feel good, in my opinion. I can try though. I hope I won't break anything. CBP sandbox character echo. Let's turn that on. CBP sandbox character echo. Let's see this thing. Spring arm. I can turn it into 0 and maybe put it up a little bit, but it won't be like a real first person. Yes. Yeah, there will be probably a lot of head bobbing, vomit inducing movement. Exactly. But I can do it just for the, shit of it. I can always bring it back to default. Let's see. And it didn't work. I guess there might be some system that is trying to be like, hey, you tried to do something stupid. Do not do this. Or I'm not understanding how any of this setup works. So maybe I need to edit the base character, which always seems like a great freaking idea. Let's put him here and here. It will be horrible if it works. Or there's another thing. It just didn't save. Nope. Nothing changed. I guess I would have to investigate it further for first person stuff. So let me bring maybe it was 20 from what I remember. It was 300, thank you. And the same here, 0, 20, 300. I guess there might be, looking at this, there might be some other things that are altering the camera here, because there's this still cam thing, etc, etc. But I don't know if you were here when I was just... Oh, now it works! It makes perfect goddamn sense! When I turn shit off, that's where it works. In Sepult... Oh, hi! You just some real shit. Yeah, so that's the first person character. But you know what? If that thing works like this, I have another idea hidden in the game. I might have broken the example right now. For these characters. And it doesn't work, but we already established that just setting things doesn't work. I need to do this and that. And... no. I don't know how it broke. Thank you, Barabash. But yeah, first person... yeah, you see? You would need to have animations autoed for this kind of thing. So... yeah. Doesn't look too bad. No head bobbing. Yeah, because camera is not attached to any bone. I know that some people like to attach camera to a bone, but because of very actually, sometimes good reasons, but I'm not a fan of this solution, because then when you attach the camera to the bone and you have head bobbing in your animation, then it is vomit inducing. But right now the only thing that is vomit inducing is the mesh going through camera and the fact that I reverted my changes and that's when they applied, which seems like some X-Files shit. But yeah, it doesn't look half bad. But let's change the character and see if I messed up everything for everyone. No. The Kellen or whatever his name was still works. Cool eyeballs. Okay, do I have anything on the game animation side here that I wanted to test? No, not really. Miles Morales? Yeah, maybe. I mean, there is this one animation that reminds me of Spider-Man here when I'm just running towards and... Oh yeah, that one. This very flashy vault over. This reminds me of Spider-Man. But I really love the fact of debugging whenever, whichever direction I choose, it shows me with this black line with the blue thingies where the game thinks the character will actually go. That hey, yeah, you will jump down here, etc. It's really cool for authoring and debugging. Why, for example, if this was messed up, I could quickly debug like, oh yeah, the trajectory prediction was wonky, I need to fix that, etc, etc. Okay. I wonder if I can unfuck these characters, like, fix it. But it looks correct. I don't get it. Why did it broke? Let's see. Oh, I think No, Echo is still fucked. Dance, monkey, dance. Is it possible to add some inertia to the movement? Because right now the character is super responsive. I'm not sure yet. I will deep dive into how it's being set up in a second. I kinda wanna sorta fix Echo. But also, like, fix this shit. It was supposed to be working. What, if I turn this into 0, then it will start working? No? It's even worse? Why? Oh yeah, go deep into those characters. I'm not going to comment on that. Oh yeah, I destroyed Echo character and it sucks because I liked her the best out of all these characters. And I kinda don't understand why I destroyed it. But I don't want to dedicate the next 2 hours for fixing this one character, so I will leave it at the end. For the end. I don't get it. But I will fix it later. Okay. Let me try to take a stab at understanding how all of this works. Blueprint. ABP. Yes, let's go into the animation graph. Holy shit, lots of comments. But I liked it. Are you ready, guys, to read with me? Let's read with Ado. Motion matching node. Oh, it's just one node? I love this already. This looks so uncomplicated compared to every single animation graph for a character that I ever saw. Usually it is a spaghetti monster that is very hard to, like, digest. So I'm really happy that I see not that many nodes here. Let's go deep. This node is the primary anim graph node that drives pose selection in a motion matching system. Okay. And what settings does it have? Shitload of settings. Okay. The motion matching node requires 2 key components. A pose search database. That makes sense, as I said at the beginning of the stream. Barabash and Sepulta, were you at the beginning of the stream where I was explaining what I think motion matching is? Or should I go back to it? 9 means that I can go back to you, but you don't have to. Okay. Okay, so I won't. I will just say that the black box is supposed to be a thing that you throw animations at it, some inputs at it, and it results in a correct animation. So it needs some database, a post-search database, as they're saying here, which contains the animation data the node will use to make selections, of course. Additionally, post-search database uses post-search schema asset, which defines what pose and trajectory data is used to make the selection. So that's the thing that informs the system, like, hey, when you will be searching for the poses, this is how you search for the pose. This is the definition of what pose would be correct for a given trajectory. Okay, a pose history node, which contains the pose and character trajectory data that will be used to query and match animation data against. I don't know what's happening, I'm just here for support. Ah, thank you. Basically, I'm making an ass out of myself on the internet. That's what's happening. In this example setup, the post-search database asset is set in the update motion matching function. I read the sentence and I understood nothing of it. Do you have those moments where you're just reading something, you're reading, maybe even aloud, but your brain doesn't register a single fucking word in it? That's what just happened. In this example setup, the post-search database asset is set in the update motion matching function, which can be viewed in the node's detail panel on update property. Okay, I kinda don't see it. That means I'm dumb, right? In the addition to the required inputs, the node has some additional notable features. On the motion matching node, you can use blend time float to dynamically change the blend time. Okay. Sure, the motion matching node also has two anim node functions that are applied to the node. On update, which calls update motion matching. I will look into this in a second. And motion matching state update, which calls the update motion matching post selection node. Okay, it is kind of complicated. The update motion matching function, this thingy, is evaluating a chooser asset. A chooser, I guess, is an asset that chooses animation, as the name suggests, and outputs an array of motion matching databases. This allows us to separate our local motion data to multiple databases and allows the chooser to filter. Okay, so from what I'm understanding here is that all of the animations are being put into different databases, and the chooser, based on the input, is evaluating which database to choose for our current animation. And it filters the pool of animation. Okay, yeah. And can search for a frame that actually fits our current movement. Okay. And reduce your project's performance cost. To get back to your question, Barabbas, they said in the README that right now the gameplay implementation of movement is experimental and that it shouldn't be copied. In the future, they want to use mover and marry the motion matching with mover. So then adding inertia to your movement and animation reacting to it will be easy. But right now I would have to probably, I guess, go deep into this experimental movement, right? Which I'm not sure if it is worthwhile if they are going to just bring mover into this example and call it a day, right? But the answer to it in the end is in 5.4 probably it is harder than it will be in whatever future version they will add mover support for this example. And I know they will, because at the Unreal Dev Fest in Prague, they said, the engineer behind it said they already have the example working and they will release it. Okay, where I was? The update motion matching post selection function allows us to perform additional logic based on the result of motion matching selection. Aha, so it is kind of like a post process. We selected some frame of animation and then we can do something. And okay, they are grabbing tags from the current animation, and those tags can be used for future selection logic. Current database tags. You can also double click motion matching mode to open up its blend stack graph, which is an internal graph. I'm scared. Blend stack input. Steering, blah blah blah. Okay, this is something interesting, but not for the second. Not for current second. I kind of want to get to where the choosers are. How do you actually select those databases? How do you input things, etc, etc. That's what I kind of want to see. And they said here, and I cannot find it because I'm blind. Two key components. Post search database. Post search database asset is set in the update motion matching function. I don't see it here, but I have a function here, and here is the database being chosen, and I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Convert to motion matching node. I'm interrupting. Okay, but here is the chooser for database. Let's see how this works. Something completely new. Okay. That I don't know yet how to use. Okay, let's go there. This is some other chooser data table. Okay, I think Send idols? That is. Okay, debug target. That's a lot. Table settings. That did nothing. Oh, by the way, this motion matching is network replicated? Not yet. In the README, they stated that for 5.4, it's not yet replicated. They are looking for 5.5, from what I understood from README, to add network replication. So not yet. Right now, it's only single player. So they don't show how to replicate this correctly right now. Yeah, I know, it is sad. But, you know, they cannot do everything at once, right? Right, 100%, 100%. The people don't know, the people don't know. Okay, let me try to formulate a hypothesis about all of that. Is that that we are creating data tables with the animation data, and we are defining how things are being filtered through right here, right now. 100%, exactly. Since everything they will for sure, since everything they do is ultimately for Fork Knight. Yes, Fork Knife, a new game from Epic. Yes, Barabbas, exactly. Dance, sparse dance. Okay, from what I understand, here is a variable that I was able to set here. Motion matching database LOD, and depending on this variable, it will choose either this database or this database. Since I was using sparse database, let's dig into this database. No, which one I was using? Fuck, I don't remember. Dance or, no, I was using dance. Sorry, I was using dance database because my value was 0, which already means that when you are constructing, if someone would be constructing these databases of logic, they could input, from what I see, whatever variable here to choose a specific set of animation, which means, for example, if you have a variable that says, oh, we're in the outer space of planet, we can switch in the completely different database of animation, right? And then the variable changes, no, we are on the ground right now and running, it is a different database. We have, for example, angel wings, and we start flying with angel wings. If we set the variable here, hey, we are using angel wings right now, it will switch to angel wings database in an instant, which is cool because it is way easier to set up like a couple of different databases here and say, hey, turn these databases based on this variable value, than doing it in the anim graph via if nodes and other complicated stuff. So I like that. Let's go further into this. This is a chooser table, yes, I know this. And once again, here are the variables that it is querying from our animation character. And depending on those variables, it will choose this specific database. So let's get through it. All the idles for standing will turn on if we are on the ground, standing, and we are idling. Who would have fucking guessed? 100%. People are saying people don't know. I should stop doing this inner joke between me and Barabbas. But to anyone who doesn't know and is watching, my friend Barabbas here sent me this funny video when it was like a dog and a dog talking on some podcast, and they were kind of parodying all the podcasts when people were using and streams those phrases like people don't realize, people don't know, 100%, 100%. And you know what? I started streaming, I didn't know about this video, and I was saying the exact same shit. And Barabbas sent me this, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I have to create, you know, some of my own language. Okay, so let's get back to those chooser table. I like this longer format because I don't have to stress out about, no, I'm not covering this thing. I can go on a side tangent for a minute and then go back into going through Unreal. Okay, all the animations that are for still standing on the ground, but walking, of course, on the ground, you're standing and moving and walking. It's amazing because you can realize the complex graphics without creating super complex graphs. You can just create a data table and say, hey, these are my variables, and when they have these values, use this database. I love this shit because it is less complicated than creating regular graph with all those transitions, blends, IKs, etc, etc. And of course, when we are running while being on the ground, so standing, we are using this database, and we are in the air, we are using this database. Okay, let's look at the maybe walking first. Oh, so it's not like a additional asset, it is within this asset that we can define the database for idling while standing on the ground. That's cool. And once again, we are just inputting some variables, and hey, here's my post search database. For just standing idly, it says, yeah, any gate between this, for any gate, which can have a value of walk, run, and sprint. When my speed on 2D plane is between 0 and 20 units per second, just use these poses, right? And if we haven't just landed lightly, heavily, or we are not turning in place. And when we just stop running, right? So our speed is between those things and we are running, we should use these pose search databases. I love this. I could just easily add additional column, be like, okay, this column will be querying for gameplay tag. I could bind it to any data, which for some reason I can't right now. Why? Oh yeah, I cannot bind, but I can just, you know, use some gameplay tag and it will query for additional gameplay tag to use this database. Okay, let's delete it. The only drawback of this technique is you need to have a shitload of animations. Really? Lots of animations. Prostocotilia. Hello. I kinda don't see what is this. My second monitor is super small. But hello, nice to have you here. It's a turkey. Ah, okay. So constructing new. If you have additional database, let's think about this in that way. For example, you are making, you just created a new ability, for example, jetpack ability, right? And you want to hook it up. Without motion matching, you would have to go into animation graph and add so many additional nodes to take into the account transitioning from all the other gameplay states like landing, running, jumping, etc. into jetpack animations. It would be such a pain in the ass to do this. With this, if I had new animation database, I would just add here like a new row and be like, hey, these are jetpack animations. These are the variables in which it should turn on. Then I could just go into this and edit which post search database should be used. It's awesome. Okay, walking, loops, pivots, etc. Let's see how this asset looks like. What is this shit? And how do I use it? Okay. Oh, I have a character here. And he is walking constantly. And now he's walking forward. Oh, that's why camera was so far away, so I could see this shit. Okay, so this is post search database asset, which has all the animations that you can dump here, right? Without really thinking about anything else. You can quickly enable looping on them, root motion, and mirroring, which is cool because you can have one animation, mirror it, and suddenly you have strafe left and straight right at the cost of creating one animation, right? 100%. So, here's our walking animations. You can just add new sequences, blend spaces, montages here, and what you can do with them. Let's see. Schema. As they said in yes, Barabash and in Sepulta, 100%. People don't realize that the schema is the asset with which you can create the logic for how things should be searched for. You're right. 100%. People don't realize. Okay. I kinda jumped ahead because I just wanted to look at this editor first before diving into how poses are being selected. Regret. I'm not diving into what you just said. Okay, so here when you select like your new animation asset, from what I see, you can just establish which schema asset, which as I said is an asset that dictates how we should select the poses in the animation. You can select okay, this is some complicated stuff that I will touch upon in a second. Additional extrapolation time. You can add tags for this data. Normalization set. What is this? For search mode. Wow. Okay. Okay, so let me quickly form a hypothesis. There is an internal system, from what I understand, that can assign a cost to each and every animation, right? 100%. And from what I understand, you can introduce the cost bias, which means, hey, if we are to continue this pose, this is the cost of it. If it is negative, like here, it means continuing this pose would be cheaper than transitioning into another pose, right? So from what I am right now hypothesizing, that's not a word, but bear with me, hypothesizing. Yeah, what I'm thinking about and guessing right now, it means I can, via this value and these values, inform the pose search algorithm that, hey, continuing this pose is more favorable than switching into another pose unless the logic of variables dictates so, right? So, for example, continuing with walking forward right, introduce the cost bias of minus 0.1, which probably would favor continuing this pose. Looping also allowing this animation to loop with yes. The comment kind of confirms what I'm saying. The negative values makes it more likely to be picked. Positive values means that they are less likely to be picked. So if this was inverted into positive value, it means that continuing this animation would be less favorable than switching into something else. Which is really cool because instead of creating this fucked up graph of like ifs, an anim graph, like, okay, if you're walking forward and this happens, then maybe don't continue walking forward, etc., etc. You can just introduce the cost, like, yeah, if you're walking forward, it is easier to walk forward than switch into, for example, flying all of a sudden, right? An input device has been disconnected. Thank you. It is actually a cool information, but I don't mind it. It will save my battery. But it's cool that the Unreal has the information that, yeah, your input just disconnected. That's cool. Anyway, so these are the things that I think are kinda helping you to author which animation is more likely or less likely to be used as a next frame of animation, right? This is extrapolation time. So something for the blending, right? And this is the value for trimming the animation. Okay, that's great. So let's dive into the schema that people don't know about. 100% people don't realize. Full search schema. And I don't have source files. So, the schema. Which skeletons it should be applied to. Some kind of preprocessor. Okay. So how, because one thing that has to happen, or should happen, that I'm not sure about, after you input all of this data, you should trigger some kind of processing of it. Like, okay, let me go through all these frames and assign values, etc., etc. I don't know yet how you do it. Yeah, this is the update rate of the animation. And here is things that it will be looking for when choosing the data. So it will be looking at trajectory, and it will be looking at something called group channel, which I'm not sure what it is, but Okay, it makes sense. So this schema says that, hey, when you are using this and you are trying to compare different frames of animations between each other, right? It will be looking at the trajectory of the current movement, and it will be using the data of position in the XY plane, velocity and the facing direction in the XY plane, and it will be offsetting this value, from what I understand. Yes, offsetting by seconds. So it will be looking into the future with the negative value, right? No, the positive value is in the future. Okay, so it looks 0.05 seconds into the past, at the current moment, 0.35 seconds into the future trajectory, and 0.7 second into the future trajectory to determine which frame should be next. That's kind of cool, because when you have all this movement driven in such a way that you can predict the trajectory, you can kind of use time travel and look into the past and look into the future, and based on what is there, you can decide which animation would be chosen. And the trajectory data that will be used is the velocity and the position on XY plane. So we are looking at our position in the past and in the future, and our velocity. That's one of the ways in which it is searching for... I messed that up, I wanted to do this. Searching for the animation. The other channel of information that it's trying to use is group channel, which, let's see. Oh, I think I get it. Remember when I was saying about this white vector near the pelvis? Yeah, it is just... It showed debug information which bone is being taken also into the account to choose the frame. Because the trajectory channel is one part of the thing, but when we have such complicated character as we have in this example, you also need to match feet and pelvis and possibly other bones when switching into another frame. So we won't have this jarring transition where things are snapping in and out of place instantly, right? So here with this position channel, in the group channel, as from what I can see, we can specify for which bone in the character to look for, what is the weight of this bone while calculating which pose to use for. What kind of query it should use. So basically, not only we are using trajectory to match the next frame, we are also using the position of specific bones. So it is, so what the black box, magic box of motion matching is doing is, hey, I'm in this frame of running animation. Let's see which frame of animation matches my future trajectory, and it was defined here how to search for this data, and which animation matches the best my current position of these bones. Which is amazing, because once again, as I said, to have this detail in the animation within the regular animation graph, you would have to do it manually. Manually, you would have to sample this, you would have to create a logic for sampling all of the animation and deciding how you should transition into what animation, etc., or use blend posing. The logic would be complicated. Here, you can just create the schema and be like, hey, while I'm driving my character forward, left, right, or whatever, what I'm interested in is my trajectory in the past and the future, and these bones, because those are the animations that I have, and I have matching frames for these trajectories and for these bones. And you just create this little schema, use it here for every animation. So right now Unreal knows that, hey, for all of these animations, I am only searching for trajectory of movement and those specific bones. You see, with the green color, we are seeing the position of foot left and foot right. So The Unreal Engine is constantly sampling and checking for what the next frame of the animation is the best from this frame to the next frame based on position of the things that are being debugged here, which is trajectory. In the blue, the future trajectory. In the red, the past trajectory. Feet by green. This violet color is also feet, but velocity of the feet, not just position, but velocity. Okay. Or am I? Yes, velocity channel. Velocity of the feet. And also the pelvis in white, which is searching for where it is heading. It's just looking at the orientation. And based on this data, it will select, for example, okay, I'm in this animation, the input from my game controller says that I should go forward, so it will automatically try to blend from this to, for example, going forward, which is this, right? And it will try to, let me quickly go in here. It will try to find the best frame of animation and blend it between going here, forward, and as I was walking from here, right? And it will automatically blend it, which is amazing because you can just set up the data, put in animation, put in how do you want to sample them, create this data table with the logic that dictates, okay, we are using the data set for walking while standing on the ground. When these variables have these values, you just set it up, play, and it should work. And if it's not working, you can just look if you set up variables correctly, if you set up, input correctly your animations, and is your searching for poses correct. Which seems awesome. If you have lots of animations or you bought some animation packs that can, be worked in that capacity, it's awesome. It beats setting up your custom anim graph with all this complicated data on your own. So much. Let's just get into this. Yeah, also a couple of animations of walking lightly. No preview mesh, okay, whatever. The animation has information about trajectory, as we can see with the red thingy. It has, and from you can see, this was like a default schema for searching for poses. We can see that the Unreal Engine would use different logic for searching which frame of which animation to choose from when we are in the middle of a jump. Let's look into this. What are they looking for here? Skeleton, I expect to be regular Unreal skeleton, yes. Data preprocessor normalized with common schema, okay. It's also searching for trajectory, but a different position within the timeline. Once again, we are launching our time machine, and this time we are looking a little bit further in the past than with the regular default searching. And here we are searching not only for velocity and position of our feet, we are searching for what else? Oh, only, yeah, the same thing, but in with the different weights, right? That's also great because depending on the animation, your character, etc., you can really have different ways of searching for which frame fits the next frame of movement the best. And you can apply it to completely different movement modes, like they did. So jumping will have a completely different thing than flying on a jetpack, then diving, etc., etc. And you can just work on those variables to make it look the best instead of constantly changing the anim graph and debugging why the things are blending incorrectly. I really prefer this option, but as I said, there is a drawback. You need to have a shitload of animations. Okay, okay, okay. And in the air. What is in the air? Put your hands up in the air. I wanted to go here. I wanted to go... Oh, I wanted to go to dance. I wanted to see in air. Jumps, jumps far, jumps from traversal. Let's see here. Okay, so for example, in a dance database, which from what I understand has way more animations, and for being in the air, it is searching through animations for jumping, jumping very far, and jumps from traversal. And it decides which one to choose from based on if we just traverse and what is the time to land, which probably there is some prediction for that. That's great. I'm interested in jumps from traversal. Holy shit, lots of schemas. But that's great because I'd rather work on a couple dozens of schemas to define how to search for the best frame than author the animation graph. But maybe that's just me being a coder. Our character is under. Okay. But we can preview the animation. So after we just traverse, we have only 2 animations. And we have this jumping schema to look for. So, for example, after we just traversed over some obstacle, we have 2 animations that we can blend into. If we're jumping far, we also have 2. It's cool to see how many animations they used. And for regular jump, they have a shit ton. Some of them are, from what I see, are turned off. So these are disabled. These are enabled. Okay. We can disable that. We can disable reselections. Enable root motion, of course. I love this. Input device has been disconnected. Okay, I don't care. Okay, so I kinda got into those databases. I see how they are being constructed from animations, how you can define which way are you, in what way you can sample for next frame of animation to blend correctly. Let's get back to business. My anim graph here. We analyze the first node. Here's the node that does all the magic, right? There's also this on-motion matching updated. Okay. And it creates this animation pose that will be used. That's really cool. You just create one node, dump all the data into it, decide how data is being chosen, and you don't have to think about anything more. On the post selection, you can do some additional logic. The post selection, where it is, matching post selection, yeah, you can do some animation, additional logic if you need to. And then you can just add some blend space for additive layer. Aiming down sights, aim up with the simple aim offset for everything. Yeah, so it means whatever frame, pose, or animation you have chosen, or Unreal Engine have chosen, you can still apply some additional stuff like blend spacing for leaning, aim offset for aiming with like gun and stuff, or bow. You can apply, oh, that's a concept that I haven't considered, because there is this concept in animation of slots. And the slots define basically, a slot is a group of bones, right? So you can create different slots, for example, upper body, lower body, left side of the body, right side of the body. And with that, you can do a lot, because you can turn on animations that will affect only specific parts of the body. So for example, while you are still moving with your lower body, with your feet, you can turn on animations for punching or aiming or doing kamehameha with your upper body, right? Which also is interesting for motion matching. It might overcomplicate things, but you could theoretically apply motion matching to only specific parts of your character and have other logic drive your character animation. I don't know why I would do this, but it is possible. From what I understand, this is where all this information about poses is being translated into default slot, which probably contains all of the bones. That's where the bones are getting this information, right? And here's another big element here. Offset root bone, experimental. Ah, yeah. Because you probably weren't here for the beginning. They said that some of the movement is being done in a very experimental way. It is a experimental gameplay system, which means they don't want you to copy it. They are like, please stay away from this fucking thing. In the future, we will use mover plugin to drive our movement. Here's how we did it. Just for this example, please don't attach to this idea, which means hundreds of people will just copy this solution. And then they will be surprised. When the update comes, they will be using mover plugin. They will be like, but my game just broke. So, just for the sake of sanity for anyone watching it in the future or for myself, I'm not going to deep dive into this if they are going to switch it into mover plugin. And I already covered mover plugin. Let me just read it quickly. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to cover it because it is too dangerous to cover it rather than come back in the future in like 5.5 or 5.6 where the mover plugin will be integrated into this and be like, okay, here's how the movement works actually and how it should be set up for, you know, games that are supposed to be shipped. Here we have some simple IK for feet, so they will match the ground. Sure. Then we have a node that will record the history of poses. Okay. Yeah. Let's dig deep into what it is. I cannot. Okay. Double click doesn't work. Collected bones. Ah, yes. Here's how it saves which bones are interesting for us for history. So this is our time travel machine, but our time travel machine works only on these bones and the trajectory. Great, and then it is being output. I love this shit, but I still have a couple of questions regarding this. Because, let me quickly jump into the paint. Yeah, that's what the stream started on, just the paint. We have this, our black box with the animation library going in, our input going in. I deciphered that and then the correct animations are going in, but I kind of don't know one thing that I will try to search for right now. After I, for example, acquired some animation library, I know what inputs, which are my variables. How to decide which variables and inputs are being queried for searching for the next pose. How I can define that. I know how I can add my animation libraries. I don't know one thing, because in order for this black magic box to work, it needs to analyze this data and create some kind of metadata which decides, hey, I know that this pose goes the best with these variables. Is there like some offline processing for that? Or is it doing it on the fly just with my data tables, my choosers, right? I need to understand this, because it means that, for example, if you were starting from scratch, you have your animations, you know which variables are you trying to query for. How does the search algorithm, where does it get the data from? I saw some mentionings in the comments or when I was hovering over specific options of some normalization and data analysis. So that's what I will try to search for right now. How does this box analyze all of this data? Does it do it offline, which means not in the runtime of a game? It needs to be pre-processed before shipping a game, or is it doing it on the fly? I kind of want to know this, and I don't know where I can find this information, so I will be improvising. Characters, animation, blah blah, database. What, do we have it here more? No. Maybe here I will get it. Blend profile. Default I'm finding. No. Table settings. Fallback result. Evaluate chooser. Input context data. We're selecting character here. Output object type. Full search database. Result type. Object result. Okay. Normalization sets. Here's something interesting, because we have schemas here. Some of the schemas. We have those post searches, normalization sets. What is this? Okay. Okay, these are my schemas for normalization. Okay. Databases, then sparse. These are my databases. Oh, you can define your own channel. You can define how it gets the value that you need. Okay, that's really neat to know. That's cool. You have traversal, VP interaction transform. Okay. That's neat. That's not what I'm searching for. Okay, these are animations, motion matching data is this, run. These are animations. Okay. Metahumans. No. Blueprints, retargeted characters. Okay, data. This is the Okay. Anim notifies. Anim modifiers. I'm not sure. It looks like all of the information is being input by hand. And it just, but there is the data preprocessor. That's what I'm searching for. Type operation performed to full post features dataset. That's what I'm trying to search for right now. Or does it mean that there is no like, hey, create this preprocessed data and it's just using these schemas? Like this is the schema that was being put into folder of normalization set. And it's just using this, and this is all the preprocessed stuff. And idles, here's my animation, here's how it should be used. Possibly. Is there maybe like a tool for that? Oh, animation insights. That's cool. But that's not what I'm searching. Controls. Readme. Nothing here about that. Debug. Nothing debug, no. Profile audit, no. Platforms, no. It doesn't look like it. So it seems like we already have all the data and we don't need to do some offline processing, or I just don't know how to find it. Which is equally possible. Maybe in project settings there will be something about this. Motion. No. MM? No, that's stupid. Animation motion matching. Just here. Nope. Animation modifiers, nope. I guess it already contains all the data that we need. Okay, but let's see. Are there any other levels that I can test stuff out? No, it's only this one level. Okay. Okay. Oh no, Twitch shows that my transmission data is not stable. What about YouTube? YouTube is behaving better. Okay. Alright. Exactly. I think I might... Wait. It was constantly tracing this? Oh my goddamn... Show me this. I don't want any of these, but okay, whatever. I think I might need a quick break. So I'll be back in just like 2 minutes. I'll be back. I'm back with the prettiest writing in paint that has ever occurred. People don't realize I'm back 100%. Okay. Let me just quickly toggle to this view. Okay. I just discovered something that I haven't seen before in Unreal. The FOV change in the camera and editor. Always good to learn something new. I've only been working for so many years in this engine and I haven't realized this shortcut. Okay, what I want to do right now with all of this, I want to turn on the documentation and see if I will find maybe something about this data pre-processing. If not, I think I kinda got everything I wanted from this example, so if anyone is still watching this and you want me to do something with this example, try out something or whatever, please, you know, write it in the comments, in the live chat, sorry. I'll try to do something on the fly. I have like an hour of streaming in me left. 100%. People don't realize I have 1 hour of streaming in me left. So, Barabbas or whoever is watching, if you have any question regarding that or whatever like Unreal like question you might have, feel free to, you know, ask away. I might also just, if there will be no questions, I might just get back to Mover plugin because I wanted to check for one thing for networking a little bit more that I didn't manage to do last time. So if there will be no questions for this, I will maybe just go straight to this, to Mover plugin, back again, while I search for some documentation. There is something. Right now, going through documentations, basically I kinda guessed most of those things, if not all, right. And why didn't there might be a question, why didn't I just read the documentation before trying this? Because that's not, for me, it's my personal take, it's not something I do recommend. But for me, I like to learn by taking a toy, breaking it apart and trying to put it back again, right? So, for me, just diving deep, head first, without looking at the documentation, just clicking through assets, I get hands-on experience about how to use this system, right? And depending on how well the system is constructed, usually with Unreal Engine's case, I was able to grasp how this thing works without looking at the live streams, epic live streams, or documentation. So, after I usually deep dive head first into such things, that's where I check for the documentation and epic live streams to catch all the things that I just couldn't get from going through data or code, right? So for example, secret shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts, right? Secret assets that I couldn't have known about, secret windows of doing things, or certain assumptions that maybe I, you know, was beating around the bush, but the guy said directly how something works and I understand it more, right? 100%. So that's why I do this in an inverse way. Usually I would recommend doing things is, you know, go to the documentation, watch Epic's live stream about something and then sit down to the game animation sample or whatever sample. But I just prefer for my brain, it works better to deep dive head first without looking at anything and deconstruct it right away, because there are some examples that Epic and whatever software maker releases and the documentation follows like 3 or 4 months later, and I can already kind of dig deep into this, right? Without waiting. And maybe I could use it a little bit earlier in my workflow and save some time. That's why I do it also like this. Data preprocessor. Lots of, from what I see from documentation, there's lots of optimization options that I haven't touched upon. But the documentation is quite expansive on this. So I will just type it in for the future reference. Okay. How does the motion matching works with the animations for attacks, etc.? Should this be integrated in motion matching? Because that's not how I roll, Zoe. I see what you did there, Barabas, and I'm going to drink. Because of that. That's a great question. That's a great question. I will get back to you in a second for that. Let me just go back to the documentation for just a second, because I'm searching for one thing, and I will consider what you asked for in just a second. This is something. There is one thing that I haven't touched upon that I will look into in a second for this. And that's where all the pre-processing goes from. Okay, I have an animation notify filtering, etc. Okay, there is something that I haven't really looked into. But I will try to answer your question first, Barabas. Okay, let's get back to business. I don't have time to play around. What is this? I need to go into Paint for your question. For animations such as attack, should this be integrated into a motion matching? We need to think about a couple of things. First of all, are we using gameplay ability system? No. Maybe I will. That's the first question I would ask myself. Are we using gameplay ability system? Yes, no. If no, then we probably have some custom specific setup for our attacks and other abilities that I kind of cannot foresee how it would work. But that would basically mean that yes, you can just have attacks, animation set, right? Or I cannot write for shit. Anim database, right? You would have to create like this pose search database asset with all the animations hooked in, right? And probably you would need to define the schema for to inform the Unreal Engine how it should, what data to look for when it comes to like both trajectory and positions and rotations of bones, right? How it should use this data looking forward and into the future. And yeah, how it should look for. Here you would define all these animations with their weights, how they should be calculated, which means like, hey, from this, it is more, it's better for my swing animation to continue rather than jump into something else, etc., etc. Put all of that into this database and put it into your anim graph. But that goes with the assumption that your attacks contain animation of attacks, right? Contain data about root motion, which means that your animation is what's driving the motion of the character. So let's take, for example, God of War and Kratos, right? When he's swinging, he's also kind of moving forward, for example, right? I don't remember exactly if that's how it works, but just for the example. Or Spider-Man, when he is kicking, he's, for example, you know, doing a little lean back and then jumping forward with the kick, right? All of this data would be within the animation. So that means that the animation will have root motion data. And that will drive the movement of the character forward. And there will be probably some additional logic that in animations hooked up to our post-search database, there will be animation notifies within animation itself that would dictate where the time frame for actually counting the attack and detecting if we are hitting the enemy occurs, right? So hit detection. Also, also there will be information about iframes and visibility frames, right? And when can we be interrupted, right? Also, there will probably have to be additional animations for how do we blend into, for example, interruption, or after we have hit someone, which animation do we show for confirming the hit? Or if we hit nothing, how do we blend into release of an attack? Because usually attacks are following the pattern of wind up, release, right? And which means wind up of a sword swing and then releasing the sword swing. So we would have to have these kind of animations, or the interruption animations on either of the side of the things if someone attacked us after we made a connection or something, right? And that's where we would create our custom system for attacking using all of these animations, and we could use just motion matching for that, put in the animation there, animation will be playing, animation notifies will be processed, etc., etc. All of it theoretically should be working if we are not using gameplay ability system. Now, if we are using gameplay ability system, we have additional questions to consider, right? 100%. Because what people don't realize is... No, I'm just joking. One of the questions to consider is, of course, we are turning our attacks into gameplay abilities. But then, usually what happens is the abilities are playing animation montages, which infer that usually when that happens, ability animation montage, which infers one fact. Usually those montages are taking over completely the animation of a character or some parts of it, like for example upper body, etc. Which means that whatever position we were in, whatever was happening, if we triggered the ability. And it triggered correctly. It wasn't interrupted. And we are launching animation montage. It means that it will override, usually, because you can do additive animation with that, but usually it will override whatever is happening to our character right now. Which means that if our character is being, his motion and animation is being driven by motion matching, we would have to set up our animation graph in such way that it doesn't matter what is going from animation motion matching, our montage will take over. Now, the question to ask ourselves is it desired effect? Like, do we want our abilities to completely take over whatever data we are getting from motion matching? I can see games in which, yes, that's exactly what we want to do. Like, yeah, for all the motion, moving, etc., we want to have this cool motion matching fluid animations, but for our attacks, we want to have this, you know, we want our montages to take over, so the player clearly sees what happens. It is very rigid, or should I say non-rigid. It is very, how would I phrase it? Because I have a clear image in mind. Basically, the difference between like a God of War when everything flows smoothly and like some more indie game when you are pressing attack, your character turns into the given pose and you're learning these poses, kinda like, oh, I got the example. Difference between like Mortal Kombat, Dragon Ball Fighters, etc. versus God of War when things are more fluid, or Horizon or Spider-Man, right? So I would need to consider that. Is taking over desirable, right? Is it okay for our game that we will be launching anime montages from gameplay abilities and they are taking over bigger part of the character? If it is okay for our game, then we would just construct anim graph in such way. Let me quickly jump into this, or maybe even this, into anim graph. Here there would be like additional node to test for like, hey, let's take data from abilities, right? And if the montage is being played, we don't take data from motion matching or whatever happens here, right? We are just plugging in the data from montage, right? We're ignoring all of this, right? Or parts of this for example, upper body or whatever animation logic your project would desire. That's how I would do it. So there would be like this whole line of nodes for motion matching and additional node logic to override all of this with the animation montage data, right? So it would be a simple anim graph branching between motion matching and animation montage. Now, if that thing is not desirable, we really want to take advantage of our motion matching, it would produce a more complicated setup on the gameplay side of things. On animation, it will actually be easy because we would still, just like in the project with no gameplay ability system, we would still just construct our animations as intended, right? Just dump all these animations into PSD asset, create our schemas, and forget about everything and see if it works, right? But then, let me quickly jump into this. Remember how these things had been defined by those variables? So it basically says, yeah, if those variables have these values, use these animations. It would complicate it as such that we would have to add additional variables here dictating our attack state. And we would have to have so many more animations so we could correctly blend from whatever those movements are, if even they can occur in some of those movement types, and how they can blend into like standing and attacking with the X, being in the air and attacking with the X, right? We would have to have additional variables here. And on the gameplay ability side of things, ability, instead of what usually happens, which means let's play animation montage and maybe launch some movement code, ability would only need to change variables. So then the Unreal Engine could use those variables to switch our animation sets on the fly. But here's the kicker. Depending on what kind of abilities we are talking about, those ability graphs might become really fucked up, because we would have to change variables. But so oftentimes when we are constructing abilities, or I have been constructing abilities, we are launching something and then waiting for results of a hit, of a trace, or whatever. And if all of that data is not being done via simple ability task in our ability graph, then we kind of have to create our custom animation events. So when the animation notifies goes up on the given animation, it would have to have custom code that would be able somehow inform our ability that, for example, yes, we did hit the enemy, or yes, we were able to fully do something motion-wise. That would probably, just thinking on the fly, not be the most complicated code ever, but not as simple as just taking over with this option, right? But it might be a little bit harder, because you would have to create custom code for animation notifies. And if we are talking multiplayer game with the replication, then everything kind of has to be done on the server side when it comes to like detection, right? If the collision of our X swinging happened. Barabash Harde asks, okay, but what about shooters, for example? When you can run and shoot at the same time, is it possible to have motion matching and shooting animation at the same time? Yes. Or should the motion matching be overwritten for those animations as well? In that case, I would probably construct the anim graph and the slots in such way that, okay, most of the movement is, occurring most of the bones, but I would reserve upper body bones, and some of them, to be influenced by our animation montage, right? So all of the moving will be going from motion matching, while all the shooting, throwing grenades, etc. will be launched and taking over via abilities and their animation montage. But using the slot setup, I would make sure that it's not taking over the whole body, but for example only arms, and influence the spine, but not fully, but with like blend weight. So it will only turn, it will still be moving correctly with the running animation, but it will be slightly influenced via additive animation to like lean back, for example, with charging the grenade throw. So that's how I would do it. I would create a slot setup to account for specific bones being affected only by motion matching, and specific bones for the upper body part to be affected by motion matching. But you would have to also block some motions, because Barabbas says, but you would have to also block some motions, because you probably wouldn't want to trigger the Spidey Volt when shooting. Yeah, you are totally right. But that would probably be done on the gameplay side of things. Gameplay code side of things, not on motion matching, which in turn mean that if we are spy defaulting, we have, as we see, variables here, right? So what I would do is that when I'm spy defaulting, I would put a tag on my character, hey, I'm spy defaulting right now. And then the ability, if I was pressing fire, if I would block this ability from ever happening, which is trivial in gameplay ability system, because you can just input the tag. There's like a tag set up there, and you can just you can just specify that, hey, whenever these tags are on my character, I cannot launch this ability. And one of those tags would be, I'm spy defaulting. So that would take care of the problem that while spy defaulting, I shouldn't be launching the animation. Oh my god, so spam. Long live Chaos Online Casinos. How the hell can I block it? Oh, I blocked it. It shouldn't show up anymore. Yeah, some spam showed up. I had to take care of this. So yeah, so Barabash, I was talking long. To summarize, I would do it in the gameplay code via gameplay ability system setup, that I wouldn't be able to fire or turn on any combat abilities while I'm doing specific movesets. The interesting part of things is when you're using gameplay ability systems, you would probably want to turn some of the moves into abilities. That's also a weird case because all of the movement is happening via motion matching. So the abilities would have to just change these variables. But how that would work over the replicated network code? That's complicated. I asked about similar thing while attending the Mover plugin presentation, and the guy basically explained to me that I would have to create like my custom node that would connect my animation setup and gameplay ability setup with Mover plugin, so the ability can react on things happening in the other systems. But there will be a lot of custom code involved for sure. So certain moves can be triggered via ability, but ability doesn't move character itself and just changes the variables, so the motion matching system can react and switch the database, right? So that's how I would do it. Did it make any sense for you, Barabash, what I explained? Or was I just talking a lot of nonsense and I should summarize it in a better way? That made a lot of sense. Okay, thank you. Well, you know, I'm after hours, so my brain right now is also half deaf. I really wish, I just think of something. I really wish Epic would release like a example where both gameplay ability system, motion matching and mover plugin combined is being, you know, used right now. That would be so awesome. They will probably do it for Fortnite and then release it as some kind of example. I would love this shit because there are some details, especially when it comes to like replication, where I would be really curious to see how Epic developers would approach it. That would be so cool to see. And if they will ever release it, you can bet your ass I will be covering it here and deep diving head first. That will be called Fortnite Moving System. Dude, if they would release a plugin or a project called Fortnite Moving System, we would have millions of games on Steam immediately just copying that. And that would be actually fucking awesome. Because you know that out of million of those just copy-pasted and asset swap games, there will be at least one or two that would actually do something creative, right? So, yeah, I would love that shit. The one thing that I also wanted to cover, that I just read about in the documentation, that I kinda didn't get into. Here is animation notifies with the motion matching. So let's get into the Unreal. Because let's take, for example, I hope I will find animation with some animation. Yes, that's that thing that I read about in animation. Because we kinda might want, depending on the logic of our movement, block transitions to any other pose ever, even if the variables changed. In here, not in here. In here, even if those variables changed to something that would dictate that, yeah, we should switch the animation, the frame animation, into something else. We kind of want to block it until the animation is finished, right? So like in this example, we might want to block that after landing, we are going into this movement situation, right? And how jarring it would be that after landing, we would immediately transition into, for example, running. Or immediately transition into sword swinging, right? Depending on the logic of your game, it might be something that you are striving for, that you want to finish this animation. So the player will have to calculate, okay, after I jump off this ledge, I cannot attack immediately. Those are my phrase of vulnerability. And you might want to create that. Without these animation notifies, we wouldn't be able to block motion matching from instantly transitioning into the attack, roll, or whatever, right? So that's what we are doing here. The pose search modify costs, as the name suggests, changes the cost of the searching for other pose. And as we can see, we are still allowing for changing of a pose in here. But we are changing the costs so much that it's not, that the system will decide that it's more likely, more beneficial to stay within these frames of animation than change into something else. Then we hit the block search transition, which means no searching for more beneficial animation will happen. It is quite important. Yeah, for example, when I think about games like From Software games or some other combat heavy games or movement heavy games, there are situations in which designer is explicitly trying to teach you, when you are doing these moves, you have frames of invisibility. When I'm doing these moves, they are lasting this long and you are vulnerable there, so you need to calculate all of your movements and animations, right? And without these, it would be impossible to realize the design intention. And of course, we can add our Foley events, which are triggering sounds. And here are the curves, which are, from what I understand, they are modifying the foot speed by a specific curve, right? So even though the animation might have something, we can edit it, right? It would be nice to hide some of the movement behind perks. Yes, exactly. And from how I would do it in the current setup. Once again, it would come back to this question. Are we using in our system gameplay ability system or not? If we're not doing it, it would be a case of, let's get back in here. At least that's how I would start prototyping it. There would be probably some variable or some system that I can query with some function, because you do not only have to query variables, you can ask a function for a result. I would ask gameplay code to inform me of my current perk system status, right? So certain move databases I would block behind a variable or a function, being said that I have unlocked this perk. And then these moves can be blended into if other variables are correct, right? That's how I do it without gameplay ability system. With gameplay ability system, probably those movesets would be abilities that would be triggered by gameplay ability system. So it might be even a simpler thing, because I could just add those movements here. Would that make sense? I would still add those movements here. I would still probably add variables here. And the variables from perk system to block these movements. But the gameplay abilities themselves would contain logic that you couldn't trigger those movements without perk system allowing for that. I would realize it either via tags, or maybe my character wouldn't even have these abilities physically, and only after acquiring a perk I would grant these abilities on my character, and that's where my input would actually start working on that stuff. And maybe, it's just a maybe, I wouldn't need additional variable here for checking if my perk has been unlocked here, because probably my gameplay ability would be changing some variables in order to allow for transition to a specific moveset. So logically, if I wouldn't be able to trigger my ability, because I wouldn't have this ability on myself, perk system didn't grant it, I wouldn't be able to ever transition into any of additional movesets. Did it make sense, what I just said, or should I rephrase it? Because it might have been chaotical. But from what I can infer, many of those questions should start with am I using gameplay ability system or not? Turning Cock says, yeah, it makes sense. Barabbas said, it did. Okay, thank you. Thank you, okay. So we are on the same page. So perk system, attacks. Do you guys maybe have any additional questions regarding the system? What could be, it useful for, or additional changes, etc. You're trying to stay away from gas. Okay. May I ask why? I'm wondering why. Is it because, I don't know, there's insufficient documentation behind it or something? Because for me, I professionally almost exclusively always use gameplay ability system, but it might be because of the nature of the projects that I've been working on, which relied heavily on replication, rolling back abilities and game effects, etc, etc. So I'm wondering, why are you trying to stay away from gas? Because for certain cases it is super beneficial to use gameplay ability system, but in some cases it's an overkill, of course. So I'm wondering, Turning Cock, about, I'm really curious about what might drive you to stay away from gameplay ability system. Because maybe I could do some stream about it or something that maybe, will help a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, the documentation. Turning Cock says, yeah, the documentation, and I'm doing a puzzle platformer that doesn't seem to need it. Oh yeah. Then in that case, for puzzle platformer, depending on the logic, of course, of the game, you might completely not need it. Yeah. And the documentation, yeah, the thing is, I can... the Unreal documentation about gameplay ability system kinda sucks, but there is one documentation from community. I can paste the link here for future reference for anyone who's might be watching, that I use as a daily basis in my day work. I have this tab open in my browser all the time. Whenever I have a question about the system, I'm using this, and it is from Tranek on GitHub. It's the best documentation with the example there is about gameplay ability systems. So let me just quickly send it here for future reference. But yeah, in your case, for a puzzle platformer, depending on the logic, I also probably wouldn't use it. It would be an overkill. But if it would have some RPG elements and networking, I would consider, trying to take a gander at this example from Tranek and the documentation. It is a bitch to get into. It is The learning curve is steep. I remember when I joined Flying Wild Hog, it was my first time with Unreal and first time with gameplay ability system. It was in 2019. And my first task was to create like a simple piercing shoot from a pistol, right? And the guys told me to use gameplay ability system. And I asked them, what is the best way of learning a gameplay ability system? They showed me this documentation, and then I remember one of the leads said, there is no graceful way of learning about this. Learning gameplay ability system is like, you know, learning how to peel a potato by firstly peeling your face of, with the knife, right? It is painful, it's always painful. That's what they basically meant to say. It is painful, so, you know, there will be lots of problems, lots of shit won't be working, lots of shit won't be making sense, but it's been the example of my, you know, senior peers and myself that after all of this battle damage, once you learn how it works, it's like, okay, I get it, I get the benefits of it. Some games will really benefit from that, and it will save a shitload of creating your custom code to drive your specific project, which might have lots of RPG elements, for example, right? So yeah, gameplay ability system is tough to learn. You always come out scarred, but you're a veteran then, and it helps you make, you know, specific games in an easier way. Okay, let me see, because when I was going through the documentation, it looks like I covered most of the basics of that stuff without, you know, basically for other things that I am curious about with this system, which is like replication, it's not there yet. It will be in 5.5. So I can do a couple of things. If you have additional questions about, you know, like how, you know, you could hook up motion matching with some other gameplay elements, I can always answer these questions, or I could go back to the mover plugin, because I still wanted to see how the replication works there code-wise. I wasn't able to cover it on my last stream, so I would gladly go there. And maybe we could mess around with mover plugin a little bit more. I could do either of those things. And my broken character that I broke. I could also, you know, spend the next hour trying to fix this. To fix this thing. Because Barabash asked me to create like an impromptu ugly version of first person. Let me turn on my gamepad. And, you know, it kind of works, there's no head bobbing, but it's ugly as hell. Attach camera to the head and let's see what happens. Oh my god, Barabash, you're an evil guy. Do you really want to see it? It will be so vomit-inducing. But I can do it if you ask me. But only of this character that I already destroyed. So Echo. I don't want to destroy other examples. Barabash says, let's go. Okay. So instead, it being attached to capsule component, we want to attach it to... Okay, so let me break this. Oh no, it is inherited. So I have to do it in the base character. There's a probability that I will destroy this example and I will never be able to recover from it. So bear with me. And let's compile this and save this. And our camera, let's just, you know, do this and this. And parent socket. Head. I am 100% scared. Oh. How do you feel about that? That would be revolutionary. Blame Hardy, exactly. Let's blame Barabbas Hardy. But I don't know if I should say this. Okay, so I come from Warsaw, from a very specific district of Praga Północ. And in my neighborhood, there lives how to call this guy without being disrespectful. We have this person that has a problem in life, let's say this. And this person walks around the neighborhood, and he still lives, and he has this condition where he has his head constantly like this, right? And I just thought when I looked at this that this is a simulation of how it feels to be like him. His name is Magnus, and I'm sure he will never see the stream, but if for some miracle he will see this, what's up, man? It is a Magnus simulation right now. So there you have it, a little bit, you know, of some Praga Północ lore. Magnus mode, exactly. Let's all pay the tribute to the Magnus. Magnus motion matching, yes. It is, Turning Cock says, it is now a mobile game. It's already in portrait mode. Yeah, if I actually had a pivot on my monitor, I could just turn, you know, screen upside down and I would have, you know, amazing estimation of what it would feel like to play it on iPad or something. And oh my god, I cannot steer this thing for shit. Oh my god. Those volts over are vomit inducing. Woo! Barabbas, you are an evil guy. But let's turn it into an exercise. Will I be able to... Oh yeah, it was... But I think it was rotated on a correct axis, so I guess we'll be looking up right now. No, we're looking down. That's kind of like Spider-Man wall running, yeah. What do you think about this perspective? This is, you know, a trichologist's perspective. We are looking at someone's hair. And I am 100% sure that I won't be able to fix it. But let's try to. Okay, we are 90 degrees in this angle. And right now we should rotate on the x-axis, probably also 90 degrees. Let's see. We might be upside down on this shit. And let me turn on the new editor window. Yes, we are upside down. But let's see how the world would look like if our brain wasn't changing the image. Whoa. Okay. No, it should be actually... Wait. Something weird is happening with the camera. When I turn it 90, it does this. Okay. This is upside down, right? So I should just go like this and it should be correct. Okay, we got it kind of fixed. Let me put it into full screen. It's already kind of motion inducing because every idle movement is changing the camera, which is exactly what I don't like the setup when camera is being attached to the head. If you need to introduce some head bobbing while having your character move, I would do it via code. I would not attach anything to the camera bone. And if someone knows how to do it without introducing vomit, please say it. Oh my god. It's horrible. I can't look at it. I really cannot play it like this. It really makes me... It feels like I'm watching someone playing VR. Yeah, the vault looks kinda cool if you are into vomiting. For me, it is way too fast. And if I vomit on the stream, I blame you, Hardy. I like the hashtag of blame Hardy. I am actually? What are you actually? Ah, you're into vomit, okay. Into vomit-inducing movement. Sure. You can create a game on Steam. Like, there are cookie clickers, right? You can create a game like, for moving like this, and detecting via camera if someone vomited, and how far you can go without vomiting. It would be vomit clicker or something. But let's see how it looks in slow-mo, because I am such a masochist. Maybe I made it too slow. I remember in The Amazing Spider-Man, I think there was this FPP shot of him like jumping. In slow motion, it is not that bad. But if you wanted to turn it into Dying Light, you would have to put way more effort into like hands matching everything correctly. But I want to do the vault over. Let me turn on the slow-mo. Oh my god, what is going on? Okay, Barabbas. I should prepare bucket here. But I wanted to see it in slow-mo. I will answer your question in a second. I just want to see how the Spidey Vault will look like in slow motion. Yeah, in slow motion it's not that vomit inducing. So there is something there if you're creating a game about the turtle parkour. Okay, let me turn on this stuff. Barabbas Hardy says, by the way, how hard is editing existing animation? Because this is FPP camera show. That head bob, even an idle animation is too much. Who moves their head like that when standing still? Yeah, because those are third person animations, right? So you would create a completely different set of animations for first person, and the skeleton would probably will be way different too. Turning Cog says, it's pretty easy to use control rig to edit animes. Yeah, right now in 5.4 they introduced so many tools to alter animation within the engine, and what they also did for Fortnite, they released this game mode or game. I don't really play Fortnite, so I don't know what exactly it is, but it's called Lego Fortnite. And from what they said, each and every animation within this game had been done inside of Unreal Engine without, you know, using Blender or Motion Builder or whatever, right? So they use only Unreal Engine to animate stuff. You can, like Turning Cog says, have control rig, put your character in the level, animate them however you want, and then create the animation asset out of that. I did it once professionally when I was prototyping a punch. At this moment in time when I was prototyping it, animation team was busy with a completely different set of things, and I couldn't bother them to create a simple first-person punch for me. So I just dropped the skeleton in, just like Turning Cog says. I used control rig, animated the world's ugliest punch, and just used it for a prototype. And it was there for a year until, you know, it was removed and swapped with like the correct animation, or we just completely decided to delete the melee attack. I don't remember which option, was there, but if you are just someone who's not an animator, you can still create prototypes for your game, right? And then give it to animator, and the animator can also do like a proper quality job within the Unreal editor. I like this direction that Epic is taking, that Unreal, they want to turn Unreal into one shop stop where you don't have to jump into other programs at all. It's not there yet, but I think it is a great goal. Okay, now how to bring it back. I need to attach it to camera. No, it was under arrow component, I think. Fuck, I don't remember how it was attached. And now everything is broken. Thanks, Barabash. Oh yeah, spring camera under spring component. There we go. And now I need to unfuck this, which is like this. And from what I remember, it was 90 here. No, it should be like this, right? And I'm 100% sure that I destroyed the whole example. Thank you, Barabash. But at least it's not following the camera, the bone, head bone. So there's something. What can I say except you're welcome? You could say I'm sorry. Nah, but it was actually a valuable experiment, and also to show why I don't like the setup that sometimes occurs and sometimes animators want to attach the camera to the head bone in order to control the bob via animation. I get it, but I still think there's way more room for errors and vomit in that setup. And it's way easier to control head bobbing via, code or blueprint or whatever. And let me swap the character. I should... Yes, now we have the third person character. Now I also understand this debug way better after going through all of this. Because it just shows the history. The debug is basically showing how the time traveling machine in the motion matching is working. It creates on the fly prediction and shows you the past. So if you are constructing your own motion matching, right, and you have your own animation database, you can quickly debug why, for example, it didn't go into your desired animation set. And you might see, oh, it didn't switch into my animation set because trajectory is all messed up. Or trajectory is correct, but my data for trajectory that I wanted to be used is set up in a bad way. Okay. So, do we have anything more to cover for this game animation sample in here? For 5.4, or should I just turn off this project and go into Mover plugin? And I have like half an hour left in me, I think, and I could mess around with Mover plugin. Would you guys like to see me messing with Mover plugin? With the replication, or I could just try to, implement something that you will be throwing at me. Barabar says, oh yeah! Show me how you mess around. I have lots of responses here, and all of them would get me banned on this side. With Mover plugin, of course. Oh, thank you for clarification. Okay, so let me turn off this. Don't save anything that I did. I don't want this. Okay, so I will turn on my test project. It will take a second to launch everything. So just bear with me. Rider is launching. I kind of want to get into the replication stuff. There's a mover network physics liaison, but there's another mover network prediction liaison. Yes, I found it. I will be able to get into this. This component acts as a middleman between the actor mover component and the network prediction plugin. Yes, that's what I wanted to get into. But let's launch first. So, what I propose, I have like half an hour left in me. Maybe more, if I will get into it. I kinda would love to get quickly read through this mover network prediction code and see how it works underneath. And should I, if I would be using mover plugin, should I think, is it working in a black box kind of way? I can just create my moves and not think about networking, or is there something that I should think about while thinking about my moves, right? Or yeah, basically those two options. And after that, I will gladly, accept some challenges from you guys of what should I do with the mover plugin. Let me turn on mover plugin basis. What I already did right now is sorta, kinda ugly, created a dirty prototype of a prototype of a dirty prototype of ground pound. Let's see actually if this project responds to. It does. This is a weird thing. In the previous project, I know that it doesn't show up on stream. The viewport in Unreal Engine worked correctly. Here, on my end, it looks all kinds of fucked up. It's stuttering, etc. But on stream, I guess it looks correctly. Challenge, directional gravity on sphere, Barabash Hardy says. Dude, that would need more streams than just half an hour or 45 minutes to implement that. But I might try to, do something, or at least look through blueprints and code to try to guess how it could be started. Barabash says it looks fluid on stream. So maybe directional gravity on a wall. I will try to see how can I change the gravity at all with mover plugin. And we will go from there. If it will be super easy, I will try to do something with it. If not, I will be diving deep into the code why it doesn't work. So yeah, what I created is this. And how do you dash on gamepad? Face button right. Yeah, I changed dash into let me get in the air and then kinda ground pound. It's ugly as fuck. I wouldn't even call it a real prototype. It was just an exercise in me creating my own movement combined from simple movements that Epic provided via their movement library, right? 100%. People don't realize. So, what I decided to do is see if I can move my character up in the air, make him stay in the air for a little bit, and then quickly go down, just as if I was trying to implement my ground pound. So I'm pushing it, it goes into the air. In the gameplay, this would be the moment of aiming where I want a ground pound towards, and then going down. In the real game, I would also make it so I'm not just going down, I would go towards where I'm aiming. But I just wanted to see how easy it is to implement this stuff. And the answer is super easy. So, let me jump back. Maybe I will show how easy it was for the people that haven't seen the last thing. And it was animated money, animated many. And I only want blueprint class. Oh my god. How was it work? PP. Fuck me, I forgot how the asset was being called. Characters, mannequins. Because it wasn't here, it was in the plugin. Engine plugins, yes, and it was in mover content, mover examples content. It was here, in pawns, and it was animated money pawn extended. Yes. Okay. And all it took was me handling input, deciding if I can actually trigger my movement, so checking for cooldown. Then I copied from Dash the logic that dictates if I'm not pressing any direction input, which would convey direction intent, I don't want this move to trigger. Then I'm queuing my move, the first part of move, going up. I created a layer move, launch. There's a whole library of that. If you type in layer move, here you have the whole library of moves provided by Epic. But I want to make layer move. Here's the library of movements provided by Epic. During the presentation in Prague at Unreal Dev Fest, they said that they will be even including more. So there will be a parity between current character movement component and the mover plugin. And I chose launch because I wanted to launch my character in the air, but you can use linear velocity, jump to, you can move to a specific spot, you can use move to dynamic, which will make your character follow an object that is dynamically moving around. You can use multi-jump, teleport. And my exercise was, can I just use those to create more complicated movement without me writing my own movement code? So I chose launch, queue that in, apply data to this launch, which is my launch velocity, the duration of launch. I turned on gameplay variable that I'm dashing so other things wouldn't break my launch into the air. And here's what would really happen. I'm using delay, which is ugly. Don't ever use delay like this. I would turn on animation montage here and wait for the end. And that's where I would, or some animation notify, depending on the logic. So this delay node is really proxy for the animation that I don't have of launching in the air. And then I would perform the ground pound, which is an event that queues another layered move, and it is another launch, but this time it points down. I input some data and change movement into walking because I want to be affected by gravity right now. Here I was changing the movement mode into flying, and it was that easy to create my own, ugly, but my own move. Just create some gameplay logic in order to check if I can launch my move, queue it with some simple data set, wait until it finishes, queue another move, and I'm done. My movement is being done. And it sure beats character movement component where I would have to either use root motion in animation or create my own code that would drive this exact movement, which kinda sucks. Okay, so. Let me get quickly into the movement network prediction code. That's what I wanted to quickly cover it. So, mover is great because it takes care of replication for you, and it can replicate things depending on what movement basis are you using to move your objects. One can be physics based, and then it uses chaos physics network component. But I wanted to see how the regular movement via mathematical function works and how then it is being networked. It uses network prediction plugin, and as we can see, it uses some kind of liaison, which means that this component is a translator between mover component and the network prediction component. And that's what I'm interested in. There's some interface. Okay. Produce input. How does it work? It calls produce input on mover component. Okay. Restore frame. So if server says that we are on the wrong frame, the network prediction system will call restore frame. And that's where my state that server says that I should have will replay this frame for me, from what I understand. Yes, it will set frame state from the context that I just got from network, and then create a rollback. It will invalidate all of my data that I had on client while moving. My state machine also will be rolled back, and my movement queue will be cleared. Okay. Turning Cog asks, can this be combined with motion matching? Yes. When I was in Prague on Unreal Dev Fest, the engineer behind Mover plugin already showed working example of how animation motion matching example works with Mover plugin, where all of the movement is being driven by Mover. And during the Q&A session, I asked specifically if they will release it. So if you will be watching the Mover plugin presentation on their YouTube channel at the end of the QA section, the guy asking about gameplay ability system component and exactly this, animation motion matching, is me. You will hear my voice. And I asked him about that, and he said, yes, they will release this, but he didn't give me a time frame when they will release it. But I asked the guy exactly this, and they will release it. If they will release it, 100%, people don't know it, I will cover this exactly thing. Because I am curious about how motion matching uses data from Mover plugin in order to drive its animation. So I will be covering it for sure. So we have a function for restoring frame, for finalizing frame, take output for simulation, called by network prediction. I'm not sure I understand this, but there's a to-do. Revisit this location check. It seems simplistic now. Okay, so this will probably change in the future versions. It means this is like some crude version, and they will create a better version of it. Okay. Initialize simulation state. So from what I understand, my primary assumption was that it is Mover plugin component that tells things to network prediction plugin. It kind of looks like it's vice versa. No, I don't need paint right now. I wanted to paint something, but never mind. Read pending sync state. It might look a bit more complicated than I thought it would be. There's a mover sync state. What it is? State we are evolving frame to frame and keeping it sync, frequently changing. It is composed of collection of typed structs that can be customized per project. Okay. So this is the thing that is being kept in sync over the network frame to frame. The data is movement mode, our layered moves, some sync state collection, which I'm not sure what it is. Okay, so all the data that is being used to create, for example, launch movement that I showed can be contained within this data collection and can be net serialized. Okay, so this, from what I understand, contains our data about the move we are about to perform in this synchronized state. And here's the code that serializes all my moves and sync state collection. Okay. And here's the function for interpolating. Okay. So I'm beginning to formulate a hypothesis that it kind of works like a black box. So when I'm creating the moves, I don't have to really think about replication. I'm just triggering it, and this mover network prediction liaison will take care of this shit. Which is a very good news for me and for everyone, because they don't have to think about this. Okay, but for example, produce input. Who calls that? No, wait, what the fuck? Yes, find usages. Network prediction driver calls that. There's some low-level code for driver. That's something that I kind of don't understand. Why network prediction driver is calling things on mover plugin. But it might make sense, because when I'm a client and I'm doing something, the produce input is being called on my end. But then server gets the data, and from what I understand, this tells the mover plugin on the server side of things that, hey, this is the input that I, as a client, created. Produce the similar input. Something like this. And restore frame is also being called in network prediction driver. This class is set on a mover component as the back end. Okay, so my hypothesis right now is that on single player, you are pressing inputs, it's your machine, your mover component that is simulating everything. When you are playing as a multiplayer, you are producing inputs, you are already simulating things on your own end, then this data from input and on your movement queue gets serialized, sent over the network, on the server. These things are once again called on the server version of the mover component and being simulated frame to frame, from what I understand. So, also from what I understand, you don't need to send the data frame to frame, really. You just need to have save the intention of your move. So like the layered move launch, I only need to send over the network my initial setup of it. And those two things, server and client, can simulate that separately, only syncing the delta changes. And after the movement finishes, we can perfectly sync everything. So even if there will be errors because of the bad network conditions, while movement is happening, and we might see the jitter, which is what I observed on my first stream of mover plugin, that answers the question why at the end of the move, everything got synced back again perfectly. So my hypothesis of, hey, you can just kind of forget about thinking about network prediction, kinda sorta looks more correct. Let's get into the mover component again, and let's look through code on simulation rollback. This is what is being called by network prediction movement, where server says, no, you fucked up. Roll back what you did, and here's what you should do instead. So really, you just need to launch moves and let the system take over, which is great, because I don't like thinking about, oh no, my frame is bad, what should I do? Are there any functions here that are implying some network capabilities? Get future trajectory? No, it's just a prediction based on sample. not necessarily networking. Okay. I just want to see Q next mode. Q next mode. Transition set next mode. Okay, and I wanted to see Q layered move. Q layered move. Q layered move. Is this somehow replicated? Not really. It's just being emptied. It's just the sync state and this auxiliary state being replicated. Okay. Yeah, so it kind of looks fire and forgetty. And I really enjoy this. If that's the case. Process input, overwrite input data unless player is local client. Yeah. That's cool. So right now my hypothesis, you just create movements and the network prediction plugin and mover component and the liaison between them takes care of this shit for you. So you don't have to think too much about when you are using those base movements. Now, do you have to think about if you're creating your own layered move? That's an additional question. Move, let's look at it. Is there some network stuff in here? There is net serialize. So this is the only thing that you need to think about if you were to create your own layered move, not using the layered move provided by Epic. You need to think about what information do you need in order to resimulate this move on the server, which is fair. And this is like a base thing, but let's look maybe at the library. Let's look. Teleport, no, it's not that interesting. Linear velocity. What data does serialize? Just velocity and magnitude over time and some settings. And the base of how long this move will be happening and what is the start simulation time in milliseconds. And finish velocity. Yeah! So, if you are using... My hypothesis is, if you are using base... If you are using moves from library that Epic provided, you just really don't need to think about anything. If you are creating your own layered move, you need to think about what you're serializing. But other than that, when it comes to like rollbacks, etc., it does take care of things for you. Which is amazing, because you can just not really think about that. Okay, I feel satisfied with my network searching. Now to get what you asked about Barabash. Barabash. What did you ask about? The directional gravity on a sphere, or just directional gravity? Okay, let's go. Directional gravity. How we would go about this? First, let's see, we have our mover component. Is there anything about gravity in here? There is, gravity. Has gravity override. Okay. So I see I can change the gravity. So let's see if I can have gravity pointing up and if it will start just pointing my character upwards after I possess the extended pawn. Yep. So I don't know if your Barabbas still watching, but if you're watching in the future, when you have mover component, you have this gravity setting, and you can override gravity on this actor, which means that the world settings won't be used here. This will be used here. So what I would do if I wanted to create a directional gravity on a small planet, I would create a system that would take all of the actors in the vicinity of my planet, and I would constantly try to change their gravity depending on their position towards the planet's center. Does it make sense? Maybe I should bust out the old paint for that. It will be way easier. But let me quickly clear this board. And another one. Yep. And another one. Yep. Okay. So, Barabash Harde asked me to at least try to attempt changes in direction of gravity. Let's say we have the sphere, small planet, right? And we have our object, right? So we want to make sure that if this object goes here, that the gravity direction would change, right? Because right now it should point toward the center of the sphere, right? Like this. If the object moves like this, it shouldn't point here. That's a no-no, maybe. Let me draw this with the red line. It shouldn't be constantly in the same direction. It should change this gravity to still be pointing towards the center of the sphere. So, what should be, at least for now, for the current state of mover plugin, you can specify that your object with your character, with your mover component, should override world settings gravity, and then you have gravity acceleration override, which I'm curious if you could change from code or blueprint. Probably could, but that's what I would update constantly. So we have this, once again, what's the name of it was? Gravity acceleration override. Gravity acceleration override. How I would approach it? I would probably create a system, subsystem, that would if my planet had a trigger where the object enters this trigger, I would register it as an object being affected by this planet's gravity. And this subsystem would have my vector of those affected objects, right? And in my update probably function, in my tick function, right? At least that's how I would start prototyping it. On each of those objects, I would constantly try to calculate the direction towards the center of my sphere. So update direction of gravity for each object from my vector of affected objects, right? And after calculating this direction, I would just change the value of this gravity acceleration override. Update this value. That's my hypothesis of how I would approach it. So let's kind of sort of try to first, let's ask ourselves one question. Can we update this variable? Gravity acceleration. Yes, No, I can only get. I can... I'm not sure if it is possible right now. Because it looks like I cannot, at least from Blueprint, override this. It looks like I can only set it up in one way, and that's the gravity. During the runtime game, I wouldn't be able to change it. It might not be possible right now, or at least not in that way. Barabash Hardy asks, I wonder how it would look. Barabash Hardy. Because from what I saw, one of the most common problems is to properly update camera movement when moving on the sphere. That's a separate problem, I would say, because right now, the problem is, can we update this gravity acceleration override during the runtime of a game? If we can do this, then basically we can achieve the movement on a sphere, right? On a small planet. The camera question is outside of that, to create the camera that would actually work within this setup. Barabash Hardy asks, so it would be possible to create a gravity trigger that enables the gravity override, right? 100%? 0% actually, it turns out, because how I wanted to do it, it doesn't look like I could do it in the current version of a mover plugin. So, because when I'm taking this mover component, right, I want to access this variable and change it. And after I... Wait! No, I can. No, I can't. I can only get gravity acceleration. What I can... I'm a stupid ass. You can do it. You just need to call this function. Set gravity override, click true, and change the gravity acceleration. Which I would do like a constant... what the fuck am I saying? I would add a variable. People don't realize I'm an ass and I didn't click on this, and 100% it works. Okay, so I may be able to do something like this. In like a very crude, quick way. I would do like a float, and let me just copy this value here. I would call it like the gravity magnitude, because I want... Doesn't matter where on sphere you are, I want to have constant magnitude, right? At least for now. I don't want to have a planet that changes its mass, therefore changes its gravity, right? But let me do this, and do this, and so if I had also like a vector, gravity direction vector, I would do this, and that's what I would be changing with my system, and I would be multiplying it by that. Good. Multiply. I chose the wrong thing. Okay, no, I chose the right thing. And that would guarantee that I have constant magnitude of gravity pointing towards the center of the planet. Now, let's add a sphere somewhere in here as an object, and I would need to point towards it. Okay, let's add a sphere. Let's make it bigger, but uniformly. I don't want to have a disc-shaped planet. So Barabbas, it looks like we can update this gravity direction, so the experiment continues. And I have like about 20 minutes of streaming in me more before I completely run out of gas, so we'll see how far we can go. On the next VAT stream I can, you know, follow up with that if I won't achieve anything here. Let me make it bigger. Yeah, sounds about right. Maybe a little bit more bigger. Maybe a little bit more bigger. Yes. I have it here. I have it here. I have it here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now what I want to do, or remember, it is not shippable code. It is just an experiment. So please don't copy it and at your company or at your project and then blame me if it doesn't work. As Turning Cock said, blame Hardy. Always blame Hardy, not me. I hope you don't mind, Barabash. But what I also need here is the pointer to my planet. Pointer to planet. And my planet, what the fuck is it? It is just a static mesh actor. So, static mesh actor. And it is an object reference. So I would have to point to it. Okay, I will manage. I just got annoyed at one something, but doesn't matter. This is my pointer to a planet. Do I have a tick function here somewhere? Tick. Not Rick, tick. Wait, I wanted to. Even tick. Yes, I have a tick. So let me take this and maybe I will create my custom event for better management. And he's like, update directional gravity. And I will call it here. Update directional gravity. So call that stuff, right? Now, where the hell I was? I want to update my gravity override, but first I need to calculate the vector. So first thing, we need to see if our pointer to planet is actually valid. If it's not, we are not doing shit because it would crash stuff, right? Now we need to calculate the direction vector between our planet and our character, which of course is simple, which means of course I will fuck it up on stream. So bear with me, please. I need to take this pointer to the planet and I want this to point from my character to the planet, which when you're calculating direction of vectors means I have to subtract the location of this and I need to subtract my get world location of me. What the hell? This reference self and can I just do this? No. Now get world location. What the hell? Can I just go root? Get root component, yeah. Get world location. That's what I wanted. And here should I have my direction. If I want to debug if I didn't fuck it up, which I probably did, and let me also normalize this. Normalize vector. Yes. So, if I want to see if I fucked it up, I can just debug draw arrow. I just want to constantly print my direction, right? So, no, that's not what I wanted. Which one of these shits accepted direction? Debug arrow. Debug line, debug point, vector. Okay, I can just do this. My line start will be from here, right? And my end would be from here, plus my direction, which would be this, multiplied by, I want this to be float. Let's do freaking 10,000 units. It should, if my calculation, if I didn't fuck it up, which because it's simple, I probably did, because that's my character trait. It should constantly draw arrow towards this planet. Arrow size, let's make it, I don't know, 5, not 55. Line color, pink, I really want to see it from afar. Duration, 0.1. Thickness, we want it thick. 3. Compile. But we also need to add one other thing before anything happens. We need to search for the pointer to planet. Which I realize I kind of fucked it up because it is just a static mesh. So let's quickly remedy that. Let's get into our content. Let's create quickly new blueprint class. It will be an actor. We'll call it BP planet. It will contain a static mesh. Sphere. Yeah, planet. Make it 6 or 7, right? Because I want to search for this planet at the beginning. So let me delete this. Let me quickly grab this in here. I might even drop some material on it in my blueprint to make it look a little bit more dignified. Do I have some cool material? No. Cool material? Yeah, it can be glossy as fuck. Metal planet. And now, what I want to do on the gameplay, which is, once again, you should never do this in like a shippable code. I'm just doing it for example. Find actor. No, how the hell did you find? That's how you were doing it? Oh my god, I'm forgetting how do you search for an actor within the world. Get world and then find actor. I kind of forgot it. I need to. Here's really jaggy. If you want something more detailed, use editor sphere. For now, it doesn't matter the mesh. I just want to see if I can affect directional gravity in the way that I want it. So let me quickly get all actors of class, get all. Yes, that's what I was searching for. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Sometimes my brain doesn't understand things. And here's where I don't remember things. Planet, right? And because we have one, I don't really need to search for this shit, right? So I can just find if it is empty. Branch. Or just bigger than 0, and if it is, then let's save my pointer. Get. I don't want the copy, I want the reference actually. Okay, whatever. We'll create a copy of a pointer, I hope. Of a reference, sorry. And yes, this was wrong type, so let me quickly BP planet object reference. Yeah, change the variable type. I don't care about breaking this blueprint because this is the only one that actually uses it. So pointer to planet no longer exists yet. What? Refresh node. Okay. Ah, no. This I should refresh. Yes. Refresh node. And it should. The blueprint is not a static mesh target. Ah, yeah. I need this. Now it will compile, yeah. It's ugly as hell, so I need to like maybe organize it a little bit better. And right now I want to see if I didn't mess up on a... When you're dragging mouse from a node, just press B key. There's a shortcut for branch and another shortcut as well. Oh, I didn't know about this. It doesn't work on my end. Oh, it does work. I was just pressing the wrong button. No. After all these years in Unreal, there's always a shortcut to learn. Thank you, Barabbas. Let me type it in. Thank you, Hardy. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so my calculation is here. I'm not setting anything yet. Okay, let's see if we will have an arrow. New editor window. We have jack shit, but that's because I haven't changed to my guy. And now we see that yes, I managed to complete a simple mathematical calculation on stream. Right now, this pinky vector shows the direction between my character and the planet. So now, let's do some weird shit. Let's see if I can actually pull it towards the planet. I don't know how it will look like. It will be changing all the time. I can turn off my debug. Let me connect this. And let's see. Woo! Are you ready? Let's see how... Nothing absolutely happens. I'm just flying. It's my movement. It's not something that happens on its own. For some reason, it just stays in the flying mode. I wonder why that is. And the frame rate sucks also, so probably... No, the frame rate doesn't suck. But maybe you're flying in relation to the center of the planet. Yes, yes. Or actually, no. I'm flying whatever I'm pointing my camera towards. It seems like the gravity doesn't matter at all here. Right now, I'm flying towards infinity. So I might have messed up something. Which means it's time to print. It's time to debug. Or there's a chance that this override doesn't really work. Okay, let's print the direction vector value. I'm very curious. Print string. I'm really curious about what is the actual value. E can be, I don't know, Dupa. Yeah. Let's see. What values do we have? Because from what I imagined was that it would actually start pulling me towards the planet if it was actually working, but it kinda doesn't. I'm also... Let me play it in single player. Maybe there was some error on networking side of things. No, it just calculates this as 0 constantly. Which makes sense why it wouldn't pull me. So, once again... yes, of course! Because I'm just not really calculating anything. I am an ass. Yeah, it was a simple coding error. So yeah, after I calculated my direction, I didn't use it at all. So that's great. And I don't blame anyone but myself on this. Maybe actually I could use the gravity here. And now for the big test. It does something. The movement works completely fucked up. Because, yeah, I would have to change the movement code. So the movement will be applied according to the direction of in relation towards the center of the planet. So I'd have to rewrite all of the movement code. But what I was expecting is that it would be pulling me a little bit more towards the planet. But I have the direction. I'm going up and down for some reason. Maybe gravity force is too low. You know what? I copied the default value from here. And that puts my character on the ground. So it should be exactly the same. But I can do like, you know, like something like this. And we will see. Huh. There's some oscillation here going on. Maybe move the sphere closer to the spawn point, maybe. Let's see what happens then. I can try that. The oscillation is even more fucked up. I probably shouldn't calculate it every frame. I wonder what creates this oscillation, but basically I'm not being pulled towards the goddamn thing. But there is a my hypothesis is there is lots of movement code right now when it comes to just like walking and idling that probably fights against this gravity acceleration. Because look at it, I'm in the state of kinda like if I was falling through the air, and it tries to calculate something down. And then the gravity kinda pulls it up of the planet, and we are in this infinite cycle. Maybe some axis is incorrect. Oh, maybe change the project's default gravity to 0. I can do it. Yeah, let's override it. Maybe change the... because right now you have two vectors fighting. Yeah, probably. Doesn't do anything, really. But the way I'm thinking about how to change it right now is maybe don't do it on my character. Maybe just create like a simple actor with the mover component. BP satellite. And let's add some mesh. It can be a cube. Yeah, sure. Let's add green to it. Yeah. Let's add mover component. Mover. Which one is mover? This is a mover component, right? Yep. And I can try to add this logic to it, and we will see what happens. falling mode, flying mode, physics driven, flying mode, physics driven, swimming mode, physics driven, walking mode, swimming mode, blah blah blah, follow path, falling mode. I don't know which one to choose. Really. Walking mode? Okay. We arrived at something interesting. How to set up mover component from scratch. Okay, let's try to copy some of these settings. Maybe this walking movement is fucking up, but I don't know. The rest of it is common legacy movement settings, and what it is here. Yeah, okay, and then I can set walking, right? Okay. None of this shit is of interest of me at this moment. Yeah. Okay. Now, has gravity override? Yeah, sure. And let's copy the setup. So, planet ref, BP planet object. And what did we have here? Gravity magnitude and gravity direction. I'm kind of running out of steam right now, so I'll be ending the stream shortly. Gravity direction. It's not a BP planet, it's a vector. And gravity magnitude. And that's a float. And let's give it like a big value. Vector is whatever, this is whatever too. So what will be happening right now is I'm copying the code from begin play from here. Go here. Instead of setting this, I'm setting this. Okay. And also on the update, I'm copying this code. This. Don't try this at home, kids. Not pointer to planet, but planet ref. Yeah. That's my gravity direction vector. And now I want to copy this and this. Right. And this. Okay. Of course, I messed up something. Could not find variable gravity direction. Ah, yes, of course. Because it is this. Silly me. Okay, now let's place the satellite, or whatever I named it, in vicinity of planet, and what we should observe is that somehow it collides. It should be on the surface of the planet, probably fucking up, but you know, it should be pulled towards planet. And the thing that might be messing it up, and that's what I'm trying to test it, is this walking mode. Does this somehow mess it up? Nothing is happening on this side of things. Does it even trigger? Let me print, you know, the value of this in here. Is it even ticking? Is it even working? Yeah. Let's see if anything is happening at all. It is. And it is a constant thing. Okay. Let me try to disable this walking mode. Ah, yeah. I have to have nothing. Nothing is happening. Right. Okay. Something to investigate in the future FAT stream. Because right now I'm so running out of gas. I'm so hungry. But Barabbas, you provided nice challenge. Barabbas Hardy, so thank you Barabbas. Thank you Hardy. To sum up this experiment, it looks like we can affect the direction of gravity and override it, but right now when it comes to character, we have some other code fighting against it, putting us into oscillation, and I should debug further that. But right now I tried to do it on a simple cube and it didn't work out at all. Like the mover component wasn't really working. So if I will come back to this topic, which I probably will on some future FAT stream, I will probably start with me trying to first and foremost, like they have here, simple objects moving with mover components. I will try to make the simple box move, right? Just make a box and have it move constantly. And if I will achieve some movement, that's where I will try to simulate some gravity with that shit. That's what I will do on a future FAT stream, which I'm not sure when it will happen, because the FAT streams are once every month preferably, but I will try to make them maybe more frequent, depending on how I can, manage my time. Nonetheless, on the next Thursday, probably around 5:15 p.m. Warsaw time, I will be streaming also. It will be a regular 2-hour stream from 5:15 probably to 7:15 p.m. Warsaw time. And I will be diving into a series that I kind of want to start here. One of the things that I want to learn is primary action design, because whenever I'm thinking about, making my own game or something, I tend to gravitate heavily towards thinking about the plot line, thinking about bigger system, progression system, etc. What I suck at is making a design of, hey, I'm pressing this button, this action happens on screen, and it feels cool to perform this action on stream. So the primary action design, how do they make jumps feel fine in Mario? How do they make shooting feel fine in Apex, etc, etc, right? So I kind of want to learn that because I lack in this design skill. And that's kind of what I want to start on the next stream. It will still be done in Unreal Engine. Spoiler alert, I will probably be using Mover plugin to implement things. When it comes to movements and other stuff, because I already have like a template for a video game or a context of a video game that will allow me to test and learn how to use the design muscle for primary action. So I will still be diving deep into technical stuff of Unreal Engine while trying to implement some designs while learning how to make them feel fine, how to achieve the satisfaction from just pressing a button without any context of plot, progression systems, or whatever. So that is the series that I kind of want to start on. It will be a mixture of learning how to design and diving deep into how to implement specific things in Unreal. So with that closing remarks, I had really fine time with y'all. People don't realize that I had fine time with y'all. 100%, 100%. There is a question for future with the mover plugin. There is a chance that because of what I'm trying to implement, I will try to implement next stream for this design stream. I will have to touch upon moving, simple thing with mover plugin anyways. So I might already answered some of the questions that I have for this directional gravity on the future stream. It might happen. Yeah. It might happen. So I'm closing out. It's been real fun time with y'all, but I'm running out of steam right now. I hope you guys have a nice day going forward and see you on the next stream. Bye guys.